Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the University of South Alabama, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Eddie Stanky Field, it's the finale of the South Alabama Invitational. Today it's the Pepperdine Waves and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good morning and welcome to the broadcast booth alongside color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. Quick turnaround for Iowa this morning after taking down South Alabama last night. Sunday makes for a challenging day. It's travel day, final game of a long road trip, and to add it to the quick turn of playing a night game and then an early morning contest. So far this season, Iowa's handled these opportunities well. The Hawks are now 8-1, winners of their last 5. We've got two 2-0 teams on the weekend, and they'll battle it out this morning as Pepperdine beat South Alabama 12-5 on Friday before blasting Southern 16-0 yesterday. It's the Waves and the Hawkeyes, Pepperdine and Iowa, live from Stanky Field with first pitch coming in just a few minutes. Let's welcome in color analyst John Evans. John, a good start to the weekend, 2-0. Can't get much better than that, but let's finish it strong today against Pepperdine.
100%. Good morning. I guess, we heard Coach say last night I heard Coach say on the bus ride back home, it's nice to win when you don't have your A game. And we mentioned that a couple of times in the broadcast. Hawks have kind of battled through some adversity here this weekend. A lot of different things going on with the challenging travel, the early morning, the conditions, the night game last night, kind of all the stuff. And yet they found a way to win. And having kind of gone through this last season a little bit, sometimes you don't find a way to win. And it's a little bit more fun to learn these lessons and try to grow with a W instead of an L.
Honestly, we've heard that a few times this season where, hey, we won, but we know that we didn't play our best baseball. So fortunate to be 8-1. Glad that the Hawks are 8-1, and you just wonder what is the missing piece to make it feel more like Iowa baseball, something they're a little bit more pleased with.
Well, you look around the scores in the country, and there's no team in the country right now that's playing the way they want to play in late May, and so that part isn't really surprising, and it's not really a bad or unusual thing. So it's just a matter of, can you find a way to win when you walk 9 guys like they did on Friday, or last night where you you punch out 17 times, so your hitting approach, you look a little lost at the plate at times. And the nice part was, enough guys stepped up at the right time. I think 19 2-out RBIs this weekend. And so, as a coaching staff, they focus on a little bit on the negative of how do we get better as a team as it goes along. But you're doing enough good things as well to get wins out of the games.
Iowa has won almost all of their 8 games in a different style. This weekend, Friday, put up 20 runs, right? And maybe didn't pitch the best, but got the explosive offense going with big innings, big chunk innings. Yesterday, it didn't do a lot in the batter's box, but when they had opportunities, really jumped on them and were efficient in those clutch 2-out spots. And I think that goes to show that Iowa can win in a variety of ways, which as the season progresses will be key.
Correct. How do you win? Friday hung two 8-run innings up there. So, scored 20 runs, looks gigantic. Did it basically in 2 innings. So, again, your hitting approach probably isn't exactly where you wanted it to be. Didn't field the ball very well. on Friday. Hard conditions with the wind and maybe not the greatest infield. Bounced back yesterday, really capitalized on small opportunities. Went 4 for 6 with runners in scoring position. So when they got an opportunity, drove them in. And as I already mentioned, a lot of that was with 2 outs too. So, piecing together rallies, not giving up on an inning, kind of the Hawkeye way, showing a lot of grit.
Busy weekend for Hawkeye athletics. Championship Sunday on a variety of ways. We've got our championship of the Invitational here today, with Pepperdine being 2-0 on the weekend. The Hawks are 2-0. The Iowa men's basketball team, it's senior day for them. Say so long to Connor McCaffrey and Philip Rebracha. Iowa and Nebraska men's basketball today at 1 o'clock from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Championship Sunday for the Iowa women's basketball team, trying to go back-to-back. They'll play Ohio State for the tournament title at 4 o'clock today. So we'll be excited to tune into that on our way home once we wrap up here. And then the wrestling team will complete competition at the Big Ten Championships in Ann Arbor. We've got 3 finalists, Spencer Lee, Rial Woods, and Patrick Kennedy in the finals, trying to take first place up there in Ann Arbor, Michigan. All right, pregame coverage will continue just after this. We'll talk with pitching coach Sean McGrath following this break. Back in just a moment. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. It's Iowa and Pepperdine, South Alabama Invitational finale. Joined now by pitching coach Sean McGrath. Coach, the swaggiest pitching coach in the league, in the country. That's what you've been tabbed. Are you handling that okay?
Yeah, I'm doing okay with it. My daughter loves the video, so makes me smile that she thinks it's awesome.
Is there some pressure with that? You've got the high socks with the nice stripes and the black and gold shoes. I'm not a shoe guy, so I couldn't even tell you what type of shoes those are, except that I see a Nike sign on them.
Yeah, those are Air Force Ones, and yeah, there is some pressure. I'm already looking at what pair could I come out with mid-year and stuff like that. So, it is pressure filled to be, to have to fulfill this, swaggy kind of title.
We got that down in Texas on the broadcast down there, yeah?
Yes, sir.
So does that give you a little bit of a longer leash to go out and take a few more mound visits, or what's the pressure in that situation?
Yeah, my walk's a little bit slower now, and I make sure to give a little bit of the shoe to the crowd. That way they know and they can see it for themselves. But yeah, allows me to kind of indulging myself a little bit.
Thankfully, not too many mound visits lately. Let's go back to last night. We'll start there. Marcus gave you a good start.
Yeah, he was really good, and if you look at Marcus's 3 starts this year, he had a little bit of a tough go down in Texas, but objectively, he's been tremendous. He throws quality pitches, does a really great job of eliminating non-competitive misses, and when he does throw some non-competitive pitches, they come in spurts, and that's something we're going to have to clean up, but he's been phenomenal.
What's the goal for Marcus from your pitching coach perspective? Is it to get him to 6-7 innings, or are you kind of happy with the 4 or 5 and then turn it with the pen?
The way I look at pitching nowadays, it's less about starter and longevity. And now, I'd love to have that in guys like Marcus, Ty, and Brody, but the way our staff is constructed, we have a bunch of, I guess, just really tremendous out-getters, right? And so if Marcus could give us 12 really amazing outs and give us the best version of himself for 4 or 5 innings, I think we have enough of a bullpen behind him that we don't have to press on, right? And I think that's what we've done a really good job with, and Rick has been tremendous with it. Coach has been really great with, the understanding of and adapting this, professional out-getter model, and you could kind of see the benefits of it, day in and day out.
Market improvement from the first couple of starts for Marcus. We look back to Friday night with Ty, a bit of a tough start, but then really settled in the last 3 innings that he was in there to get through the 5th.
Yeah, Ty was about as bad as you could get in the first 2 innings on a Friday night. You don't see that often on Friday night, and to his credit, he showed some resilience, some perseverance, and battled through those next 3 and looked quite good. He looked quite good innings 3 through 5, and that's the Ty we come to know and expect, and it's just a matter of time before we get those innings more consistently from him. I'm pretty sure of that, and he's diligent, he's hardworking, and so we're going to see a better version of him each and every time out.
You think for Ty it's a technique thing at this point, or just maybe a mindset, or just, hey, the way the ball's flying right now?
I think there's a lot of variables. There's been some unlucky doubles and things like that, and objectively he's been fine. He hasn't had a full arsenal here yet in any outing. But showed a little bit more of it in the last 3 innings this past weekend. I think a lot of it is the variables, right? It's the draft year. There's a bunch of scouts. It's Friday night. It's the first time experiencing that. Having to set the tone for the weekend. Just something he has to grow into, and he will, and he's doing a fine job right now.
Talking with pitching coach Sean McGrath on our pregame show from Mobile, Alabama this morning. Last time we talked to you was Tuesday going into the midweek against Loris. What did you see from those guys a few days ago?
Just great composure, great ability to commit to one pitch at a time. I thought those guys did really good, especially they'd been largely dry on innings for the first 2 weekends. So it was nice to get them out there. I think you saw some impressive things. Guys like Cade Overmuller and Jack Whitlock, guys did a really good job. They stepped into some roles and pitched well. And you saw here we were able to get Cade into the 9th on Friday night, and he looked great again. So that's. I guess the process with those guys is to bring them along a little bit slower and understand that not every weekend's going to go as scripted, and we might need to get to them, for an inning or multiple innings on a weekend here at some point. Just stay ready and locked in, ready to go.
We see Pepperdine today. They've had an impressive tournament, won a couple games, scored a lot of runs. What do you see from them? How are we going to attack them, starting with Brody?
Yeah, I don't think their overall numbers are indicative of who they are as an offense and as a team. They've struggled here early on, but like you mentioned, they turned it on here the last couple days. The good thing for us is we have one of the better pitchers in the country when it comes to stuff, and he's not easy to hit at all, as we've seen. And so, if we could get him to commit to one pitch at a time and living life in an 0-1 count, with the idea of let's race to 2 strikes as fast as we can, we're going to be in really good shape, as you know, with Brody on the hill. And then, we got some horses behind him. We got Volker behind him ready to go, and the guys behind him, guys I mentioned, Cade and Hendo and Llewellyn, those guys may see the game today, and that's a good thing for us.
All right, Coach, looking forward to it. Let's take down the Waves.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
All right, pitching coach Sean McGrath on our pregame show from Mobile. It's Iowa and Pepperdine coming up in just a few minutes. Up next, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. It's Iowa and Pepperdine to wrap up the South Alabama Invitational. Joined now by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a good win yesterday. Found a different way to win that one.
Yeah, it was a good win. It was, night game, intense game against the home team, host of the tournament, and we ran into a kind of a unique pitcher, a guy that was some different characteristics that you don't see a lot, and 5'9" left-hander with a really, really good breaking ball, but could run it up to 90, 92 at times, and we had an umpire with a pretty large zone, both ways, and kind of threw our hitters out of kilter a little bit, and we kind of disbanded our plan, and we struck out a bunch and started to chase, and we were super lucky that we had some guys really step up with some 2-out hits, and we had some 2-out rallies and took advantage of the free bases that they gave us on the mound. Seemed like they were all with 2 outs. We really didn't start an inning traditionally all night long, and Brennan Derigi, Michael Seegers, Cade Moss, and Sam Honar all came through with big RBI, 2-out RBI hits. We had 6 2-out RBIs on the night, and then Marcus Morgan gave us a really good start. A little blip with two walks in a row to lead the third on, and usually when that happens, those runs tend to score, and they did again last night, but came out and gave us a clean fourth. And then Jared Simpson was a little under the weather and had got up the day before and wasn't as crisp as he was the previous 2 weekends, but he toughed it out and logged some innings for us and got us to the 9th with a lead. And then Will Christofferson came in and was really good out of the bullpen to close the game. So the other positive was we did cut down on our free bases last night, and we played a clean game defensively, and that was good to see. And feel like we beat a good team in a good environment.
Back to the offense for a minute. Michael Seegers, Sam Honar, a few of the names that you mentioned, along with Brennan Deriggi, they seem to be constants in the offensive lineup for you this year.
Yeah, they're in a good place, right now. And Cade Moss has had a good tournament. He really turned it around from the first 2 weeks, and we knew he would. And same thing with Michael. Michael started the game off with 2 strikeouts, and you're like, oh man. But then he comes through with 2 big hits later in the game and was able to wipe it away and keep it going. And that's the good thing about our lineup right now, is that you don't have to rely on 2 guys. It's great when the middle of the lineup guys are really swinging it and producing, but we're getting production up and down the lineup. We moved Sam Honar down a little bit because of the lefty-lefty matchup last night, and Sam had a really good game against him, and so overall, though, really pleased with how we're doing it. Wasn't pleased with kind of the lack of approach and strikeout yesterday. Umpire had a big factor in that, and the fact that we saw some really good arms also affected that.
When it comes down to that, the strikeout rates, maybe the zone being a little bit large, is there a vocal leader, somebody in the dugout that says, hey, let's move on, let's get back to the basics here?
Well, you'd hope that your captains do, and then Marty, our hitting coach, is constantly, trying to get the guys in the right frame of mind, because the worst thing you can do when that happens is to chase. I mean, we tell our guys that if he's calling, more than a baseball outside or inside, we're not swinging at it. And last night, we did. We tried to adjust to him, and that's what happens when you try to adjust to a big umpire. You're not going to hit it. You're going to chase more, and then you end up striking out a lot more.
Today we'll take on Pepperdine. They're having a nice tournament here. They're 2-0, put up a lot of runs, but we're going to show them Brody Breck today, Coach.
Yeah, well, for sure. We played Pepperdine last year. I mean, good program, good team, well coached. We played a close ball game with them last season down in Corpus Christi and won, I think, 3-1. They've had a rough go with the weather. The storms that have been going through California have really put them in a bad spot with rainouts and losing games and not being able to get outside. And they were scuffling a little bit, in the games they were playing. And I think they got down here to Mobile, and the sun's shining, and it's really nice. And they've played really well the 2 games down here in this tournament. And they're gonna come out and give us a good game, and we're gonna see a good right-hander. But like you said, if Brody's in the strike zone, I mean, I like our chances. And the winds flipped around today. The first day it was gale force winds straight out. Yet last night it was kind of calm and hardly any wind at all. Now we got a light north breeze blowing straight in. It might carry just a tad down the left field line, but this ballpark is a big ballpark, and when it is neutral, no wind or wind blowing in, I mean it plays really, really big. So we're going to have to hit a lot of line drives and have to do some things with the short game today.
You mentioned executing the short game, the sack bunt for hit type of deal, maybe steal some bases. You don't really see that from Pepperdine's side as much as maybe we do.
No, I mean, and ours is just dictated by the game and the weather, and what we, our offense, we do what we have to do to win on that day based on the conditions and the pitcher and the catcher that we're facing. You know what I mean? And if they're going to be able to give us, some stuff on the mound, which it looks like this guy may be one of the slower guys to the plate that we've seen in this tournament. At least we've seen some really quick guys to the plate, and it's been really difficult to steal. Those opportunities may be there today, I hope.
When Brody's day is done, who can we expect out of the bullpen?
We'll go right to Zach Volker. It's going to be a split game with those two, and whenever Brody is finished, we'll go right to Zach, and he's fresh and ready to go. Hasn't been up yet, and look for Zach to give us some quality innings.
Offensive player to watch out for today that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, I mean, I'd like to see Keaton Anthony break open a little bit. I'd like to see him get going. He's been a little out of sorts this week, and he's got his hits, and probably would have had a home run last night had it been a different day, but the wind held it up and it didn't get out. But get him dialed in a little more in the strike zone, and he's been a little swing happy lately, and get him going today would be good. Sam Peterson's another one that we need to get going. He's had a little bit of a rough tournament, but those two would help, and then everybody else just needs to be consistent. It was great to have Kyle Huxdorf back last night. He tweaked his knee a little bit against Loris on Tuesday, and we were thinking it might be the whole weekend, but he felt really good, and Jake, our trainer, gave him the thumbs up, and then here you go. He was out there, got a hit in his first at bat, and just having him out there defensively is a really good feeling.
Opportunity to have your best start since 2018, and it'd be nice to get to 10 wins before we head to Texas Tech, and we can get on our way with a win over Pepperdine today.
Yeah, it'd be a good way to send us home. Today's going to be a crazy day. They changed our flight times. I don't know if you knew that.
Uh-oh.
But, we had it set where we were 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then about a month ago they changed it to 4:13. So that's why we're playing at 11 a.m. and we're going to end up having to have a time limit, and you hate to be in those situations, but that's the hand we were dealt. So it's going to be a drop dead time, probably 2 o'clock or no inning after 2 o'clock to get to the airport in time to fly out at 4:13. So here we go.
All right, well, before we let you go, let's get the keys to victory to take down Pepperdine today.
Well, if Brody throws strikes, that's a big key, and if not, we feel good about Volkers coming in and logging a lot of innings. We just, you hope Brody gives you a chance to do that in a traditional way where you're not scrambling and have to bring a guy into a bases loaded situation or a trouble situation. So trying to avoid that's one key, and then seeing our offense be a little less chase happy as we were last night. Really shrink the zone down and stick to our plan and spit on the pitches we need to spit on and get our swings off on the pitches we need to get our swings off. We didn't do a very good job of that last night. And then it's play clean defense.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day, and let's beat the Waves.
All right, thanks, John.
All right, there you have it. Pre-game conversation with Coach Rick Heller ahead of the South Alabama Invitational finale. It's Iowa and Pepperdine coming up in just a few minutes. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Starting lineups and batting order coming up just after this final pregame break. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans and John Leo on the final day here from Mobile, Alabama. Before we get you starting lineups between Iowa and Pepperdine, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa is the away team today, so they'll be batting first. Michael Seegers will lead things off. Raider Tello batting second. In the 3 spot is Keaton Anthony. Cleanup is Brennan Duriggi, so that portion of the lineup has looked the same for the entire year. Kyle Hucksdorf bats 5th. Sam Honar is 6th. Sam Peterson is 7th. In the 8 spot is Braden Frazier, and doing the catching at the bottom of the order is Ben Tallman today. Last-second pitching change for Pepperdine today. They'll go with a lefty instead of a big righty that we thought we were going to see. They'll go with Nathan Diamond today, making his 4th appearance, but his first start. So you wonder what that means for Pepperdine's plans in the pitching department if they're going to go with maybe a bullpen game. He's 0-1 on the season. Through his 3 appearances, he's only tossed 6 innings, given up 3 hits, 1 run that wasn't earned, 4 walks. He struck out 3. He's a big lefty. First pitch to Seegers is popped up to the right side in foul territory, and it sneaks out of play 0-1. What do we know about Diamond here?
About a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Has a slider and a changeup as well. Velocity's been down so far this year, though. In his 3 appearances, he's been more mid-80s, 85, so it'll be kind of interesting to see who we see here, but he's either a strike or he isn't. He's not a nibbler like we've seen so far. He's going to basically hit the middle of the plate, or guys will be able to hold up, as Seegers took strike 2 there.
Diamond looks in for the sign. 0-2 pitch to Seegers. This is low, ball 1. As we heard from Coach Heller in the pregame show, a hard cutoff time today for Iowa, probably around 2 o'clock. We've got to catch our flight back home. 1-2 pitch to Michael, fouled back to the screen. It'll stay 1-2. These are the 2 best teams so far through the tournament. Pepperdine's 2-0, Iowa's 2-0. Hawks beat South Alabama last night 6-2. 1-2 pitch again to Seegers, swing and a miss. Out number 1. We talked about the strikeout issue for the Hawks last night, just chasing the zone a little bit too much. That one was probably on the edge. Probably called a strike anyway.
You never know with that one. Just looked like maybe Michael got fooled a little bit, was looking for something different, and I'm sure they have a book. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of stuff on him, but the morning scout was completely different than based on what. So there's that change of approach, not only from the righty, but now to the lefty as Tello takes the called strike.
You just wonder what's going on with what their projected starter was going to be. Tello, all eyes on this one, bouncing on the plate 1-1. And this is some sort of reliever. He doesn't have a start on the season for the Waves. 1-1 pitch on its way home to Tello. Down the middle, called strike 1-2. So you go from thinking you're going to see a righty, and then you get a big, tall, intimidating force in a lefty. Tall in stature. 1-2 pitch to Tello. Line to the right side, gloved by the second baseman. A spinning throw to first is accurate and in time. 2 down in the top of the first for Iowa.
Good play there by the second baseman. Just a little bit more on Diamond. Last year made 15 appearances, did have 6 starts, but ERA up almost 8 at 7.75 and in 36 innings last year. So hopefully the Hawk bats can adjust quickly to not really having thought about him much this morning, but get ready and be on him on time.
Keaton Anthony stands in for his first at-bat of the day. He's somebody that Coach Heller talked about in pregame. Would like to see Keaton string a few things together today. Although batting .378, having a great season so far, leading the team, tied for the lead on the team in hits with 14. He's got 4 home runs, which is good for the team best.
8 extra base hits for Keaton. A little surprising, only 5 RBIs.
Swings and fouls off the 1-1, so it's 1-2. He's been in those situations where he's come up with 2 outs a lot with nobody on. So with Seegers and Tello going down to start the game, Anthony finds himself in that position again. 2 away and nobody on the base paths. 1-2 pitch to Keaton is outside, ball 2.
Good discipline there, and again, not really a pitch that should have tempted Keaton, but you're behind in the count, a little anxious, and did a good job of holding off.
2-2 on the ground to short. picked up by their shortstop, Peck, and he throws it across the diamond for the third out of the inning. So the Hawks go quietly in the top of the first. We'll see Brody Brecht take on the Pepperdine offense coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Welcome back to Mobile, Alabama, the final day of the South Alabama Invitational. It's Iowa and Pepperdine this morning. Busy day of Hawkeye athletics. We're kicking off the day with some Hawkeye baseball. Let's take a look at Pepperdine's batting order. They'll be led off by Charles Massino, their left fielder. John Peck bats second. Ryan Johnson going to have to watch for him. He's in the 3 spot. Lincoln Oriana is in right. He's their cleanup hitter. Jack Basir, the designated hitter, will bat 5th. Quint Landis, the catcher, is 6th. 7, 8, 9, Greg Melhoff, Jack Goodman, Connor Bradshaw. And we'll see Brody Brecht pitching this Sunday morning. Brecht making his 3rd start. He's 1-0 on the season with a 2.16 ERA. 8 1/3 innings pitched. 1 hit, 2 earned runs. He's walked 8, but he's struck out 16, and opponents are hitting a .038 against him. So Brody's got that stuff that the coaches talk about.
Well, there's a reason why he's high up on draft charts for the 2024 list, but it's really we talk about it a lot with we talked about it last night with Marcus. It's probably equally or even more important for Brody. Strike one. A team that's probably going to try to swing the bat a little bit. You've got to make them want to, and so get ahead, strike one. Coach McGrath basically said, if Brody gets strike one, nobody's hitting him, and you saw that with LSU last Saturday.
Brody's ready for the first pitch to Massino, and it is inside, maybe a bit low, ball 1. Defensively for the Hawks, the catcher is Ben Tallman, the battery mate of Brody Brecht. Over at first is Brennan Duriggi. At second is Sam Honar. The shortstop is Michael Seegers. Hot corner third base is Raider Tello. 1-0 pitch on its way home from Brecht. There it is. Called strike on the outside corner. In the outfield for Iowa, Sam Peterson's in left, Kyle Huckstorf in center, Braden Frazier out there in right. 1-1 pitch out of the windup. Here it comes from Brecht. Hit sharply towards the Iowa dugout down the first base line. 1-2.
You're not going to see somebody jerk one that far onto the pull side off Brody very often.
Yeah, we went with the breaking ball, and he got around on that. Massino's a left-handed hitter. Holds a bright orange bat. The 1-2 is high, 2-2. Pepperdine has a chatty dugout. 2-2 pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. First strikeout of the game for Brody.
You saw that last year. Brody's first start in Charleston against Ball State last year. Had some control issues to get started. The bench started chirping at him pretty quick, and then when Brody started mowing him down, they got
crickets.
Yeah, they quieted up pretty soon.
Brody was perfect through 5 in his first start against Quinnipiac. Here's John Peck, the shortstop. Peck's just a 176 hitter. First pitch is outside and low.
He's on Major League Draft boards, though, as well, so don't let the slow start fool you.
Next one from Brody, inside corner at 99, just heating up. 1-1. Home plate umpire is Kevin Kennedy. Brian Oberholzer's at first. Kerry Day is at third. 1-1 pitch from Brecht. Fouled back to the net. 1-2.
Peck was right on that. Just fouled it straight back. But Brody just looks smooth today in his delivery. There's times where he looks a little bit labored and a little bit extra to it. Today, so far, just a smooth move right now.
1-2 is hit foul over the Iowa dugout. You're right about that. He's gone with the off speed already a few times, and Pepperdine's put a couple of good swings on it, but nothing to show for it quite yet. The 1-2 from Brecht, just outside. Great pitch there at 89, 2-2. I believe that was a changeup.
Well, Brody's best pitch is that slider. You saw that last week when he was struggling to command the fastball with LSU. He was dropping back to the slider, and that 92 slider is hard to hit as well.
2-2's hit on the ground to short. Seegers is there. The fire over to first is in time. Good start for Brody in the Hawkeye defense. 2 up, 2 down.
Good contact there from Peck, but just beat it in the ground. And this infield is bouncy, but it's relatively slow, and so it gave Seegers a lot of time to range over and make a good strong throw to Derigi.
We've seen some interesting hops, right, where they hop high, but like you mentioned, slow, and just take forever to get to our fielders, and they don't really have an opportunity to come charge it either because it's still so high up in the air. Here's Ryan Johnson standing in. First pitch to him is a called strike, 0-1. 2 outs in the bottom of the first.
3 home runs for Johnson here this weekend, so he's seen the ball really well here in Mobile.
0-1 pitch, high and outside, 1-1.
Talking about the contact, there was a ball last night that both you and I thought was going to be a sharp double play ball to Seegers and just never got out there. It was just slow.
Never got to him. 1-1 is skipped in the dirt in the opposite batter's box, 2-1. This is a situation we saw Iowa in yesterday from the pitching side of things, where you get the first 2 outs and then maybe prolong the inning just a touch with a free base or 2. Coach Heller was happy with the fact that they cut down on the free bases from the first night. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. A beauty from Brecht there.
Yeah, good breaking ball there. 87 miles an hour. Took a little bit off, and I can't imagine as a hitter trying to sit on 99 and then have that one thrown at you.
Out of the windup, the 2-2 from Brecht. Check swing, didn't go around. It was high, ball 3. Count is full.
Kudos to Ben Tolman for the snap appeal down there.
He was on it.
No chance of a swing, but I like the aggressiveness on the appeal.
Brody set with the 3-2. This one's lifted deep in the air to center. This one's trouble. Huckstorf goes back. He'll look up, and it is gone. A home run for Pepperdine's Ryan Johnson. He's had a nice tournament. Pepperdine on the board in the bottom of the first, 1-0.
That's the you're ahead 1-2 and you start nibbling, and then you get to 3-2 and all of a sudden you challenge him, and that's a good hitter that can all of a sudden square one up on Brody and send it for a ride.
With a full count and 2 outs, the Waves are on the board in the first. Solo home run from Johnson. Here's Oriana, left-handed hitter. Brecht has to work back in, missing just to the outside, 1-0.
And this will be, Brody had some adversity last week, but first time the guy's really hit him.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he responds to that.
Missed a couple of times now, 2-0. This one's a breaking ball low and in, so it's 3-0 now. Brecht's got to find it here in the bottom of the first. Did a great job getting those first 2 batters out. And Johnson, the best hitter that Pepperdine has, just went yard, straightaway center, 3-0 pitch, high and outside, ball 4.
I was talking to Coach McGrath down near the bullpen before the game, and we were actually talking about Marcus Morgan and how much he's embraced the mental approach to the game and what that means and how you get people out. And I was equating it to golf, and this is really what it means for Brody right now. Shake that off. He's missed with 5 straight now, and now all of a sudden we've got a runner in scoring position as he misses wide and it gets away from Tolman, and really needs to settle in here. For 2.5 hitters, he was outstanding, and now all of a sudden the spray pattern's big, and he's got to cue in and shake this off and just get out of the inning and get back in the dugout.
As catcher Ben Tallman will go have a chat with him as the designated hitter Jack Basir is in, and now you're in a tough spot where you probably have to throw a couple strikes in a row. You just really can't imagine Pepperdine swinging at a pitch until they see a strike now that Brody's missed on 5 in a row.
We saw 2 aggressive teams in Southern and South Alabama that were swinging at 2-0 pitches. Pepperdine has had a tendency to be a little bit more old school, so I think you're right on that end of it.
Here's the 1-0 from Brecht, outside and low. 2-0.
And honestly, if I'm an opposing team and I'm looking at a scouting report, I am going to make Brody throw strike 1, and until he consistently does it to me, I'm going to take my chances of getting into a hitter's count.
There's strike 1 on the inside corner. Nice pitch from Brecht to make the count 2-1. Now we'll see if Basir wants to swing. Brody's got to deliver something in the zone. 2 balls and a strike. Runner on second, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Just overpowered him with 98. 2-2. Good battle back here from Brody.
Now this is where you have to finish him. You know, wasn't able to finish Johnson. He's going to need to finish Basir here.
Pause in the pitch. Fouled off the end of the bat. 2-2. You think about a hitter like Johnson, just throwing a fastball by him might not be, enough to get him out. So you have to go to your secondary pitches. But any other hitter you see, you could throw 100 right by him, and that'd be enough to set him down. 2-2 from Brecht off the outside corner, ball 3.
That was a good slider from Brody. Just nice discipline from Basir to not swing over the top of it and send himself to the dugout.
Runner on second, 3-2 pitch on its way home. Popped up, shallow left. Sam Peterson's got a beat on it, looks up, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. The Waves strike first. They have a solo home run from Ryan Johnson to center field. They lead at 1-0. We'll see how the Hawks respond right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Iowa trailing Pepperdine 1-0 as we get to the top of the second. Would love to know where you're listening from today out in Hawkeye Nation. Nate's listening from Northeast Iowa. Sam and Claire are tuned in Iowa City. It's been a nice weekend in Mobile as we wrap up competition at the South Alabama Invitational. Hawks trailing early 1-0. Here's Brennan DeRiggi. Watches the first pitch. He called a strike on the outside corner. Lefty on lefty matchup. Next one on its way. Same spot, same result. It's 0-2.
2 outstanding breaking balls there from Diamond.
He's working quickly as well. A little bit of a longer pause this time. And the windup in the pitch. Just high, ball 1.
I had thrown two really good breaking balls that had kind of fallen off, so that time he tries to speed him up through the 85-mile-an-hour fastball up at the letters.
1-2, lined up the middle and past the shortstop into center for a base hit. DeRiggi's on with the first Hawkeye hit this Sunday morning.
Yeah, I thought he smoked it, and then it just kind of hung up in the air a long time, and Peck had a much better chance to make the play. They did have him shifted that way just a touch, but was outside of Peck's reach.
I was fooled twice. I thought the same thing as you. I thought that for sure was into center for a base hit, and then I thought that Peck was going to dive for it, and he didn't do that either. He got through for a base hit. Now Huckstorf will stand in, the 5-hitter for the Hawks, center fielder. First pitch to him is in there for a strike, 0-1. Good to have Huck back in the lineup.
Absolutely, and last night, first at bat, line single up the middle, scores a run. Just a nice spark plug here, kind of in the middle of the lineup.
Small lead at first. 0-1 pitch is outside. Kyle lays off. 1-1.
Yeah, with DeRiggi, not much of a base stealing threat, and the left-hander, he's got a mid-sized lead, but it's completely one way. He's leaning back right away. I don't think he wants to try to dive back, so making sure he's not posing a threat over there.
Huck squares to bunt, pulls it back. This pitch missed way outside, high too. 2-1. Interesting here for Iowa. They're going to go for the bunt or just trying to see how Pepperdine responds to the show of a bunt. Sam Honar's on deck. He's been a hot Hawkeye the past few days in the batter's box. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Huckstorf. Pops this one up right side. It's going to get out of play over there. 2-2. So they took the bunt sign off and went to swing away there.
Good. A lot of times it's to see, and if it, if the pitch is a strike, obviously Huck's a good bunter, and the Waves weren't exactly ready for it, so it could have worked out nicely. But then that your element of surprise is gone, so you go back to swinging.
2-2 on the ground to short. Scooped up, thrown to second for 1, on to first, double play. So DeRiggi is out at second, Huckstorf out at first, and just like that, 2 down for Iowa in the second.
Just a tailor-made double play ball there. It wasn't, almost seemed like it got in on his fists a little bit, so it wasn't hit particularly hard, and just got a nice cherry hop there for Peck, and was able to turn it over easily.
Haven't seen Iowa hit into too many of those double plays. Here's Honar. First pitch skirts away from him outside.
Iowa has a lot of guys through the lineup that can run a little bit, so you won't have a ton of those. But that one was pretty easy. You're going to, I don't care how fast you are, that one's going to get you into a double play nearly every time.
1 ball and a strike to the Hawkeyes second baseman. Base is empty with 2 outs. Laying off this pitch, but it's called a strike. The outside corner. 1-2.
We have seen the whole gamut of umpiring from the home plate umpires.
This is chopped on the ground to second. Second baseman Johnson is there. He'll throw it over to retire the side. Hawks go down 1-2-3 in the top of the second. Can't respond to the Pepperdine run from the first. And so Brecht will return to the mound for the bottom of the second. Coming up right after this. Pepperdine 1, Iowa nothing. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Stanky Field in Mobile, Alabama, on the campus of the South Alabama Jaguars. Our final day down here, perfect day, perfect morning From down south, Iowa trailing Pepperdine 1-0 in the bottom of the second. The Waves come to the plate with 6, 7, and 8. Thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball this morning. Loaded day of Iowa athletics. Josh is tuned in from Johnston. Josh says, "Go Hawks!" Right back at you, Josh. Let's hold the Waves here and then get our bats going a bit for the rest of the game. Quint Landis will lead things off for Pepperdine. See how Brecht responds after giving up the home run there in the first. First pitch to Landis. Right-handed hitter. It's on its way home from Brody. Check swing. He absolutely went around. They'll send it down. Yes, 0-1 is the count.
Good high fastball there from Brody. And that's kind of the way they want to attack Landis is with velocity.
Go right back to it. This one's in the zone. Called strike 0-2. Landis is a .231 hitter. He's played in 5 games, 5 of the 8 for Pepperdine so far this year. 0-2 pitch from Brody is just outside. Nice pitch, but just missed, and Landis wasn't going after it.
Pepperdine's had a tough schedule this year. You know, with the weather in California, they lost. I think it was a 3-game series with Alabama. So a little bit tougher play there for them.
Yeah, they were supposed to play Alabama, and like you said, they ended up losing this series because they couldn't play it, couldn't get it in. 2-2 pitch from Brecht on the ground to Seegers at short. Fields it on a hop, gets it out of the glove, and throws it over to DeRiggi. 1 away in the second. Pepperdine's 4-4. They opened the season at Boston College, where they went 1-2 against the Eagles. They played UCLA, who's ranked 13th in the country. They lost to UCLA 11-2. Then they split with Cal State Northridge. They've won a couple of games here, but as you mentioned, John, they were supposed to play Alabama, who's very good, and games just didn't get played because of the weather. Here's Melhoff, the first baseman, all eyes, and takes a first pitch strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, Brody sped him up there. Probably going to see him start to attack him now with some of his slider mix.
Yeah, this one skipped in the dirt. 1-1.
You don't see Brody bounce the slider very often. That's just not his miss with that. So just trying to find a little bit of a rhythm here.
There's a nice one high in the zone, called strike. Melhoff didn't care for the call too much, but it's 1-2.
I wouldn't want to go behind 1-2 either, so I wouldn't care for that call.
You got a few options coming at you from Brecht. Here comes the 1-2, sliced foul hard into the net to the left side.
Good piece of hitting to stay alive there. Had to kind of go down and just kind of flip the bat at it a little bit and knocked it back into the screen.
See what Brody's got for a strikeout pitch. The 1-2, it's way inside and missing with the breaking ball. 2-2, it skipped past Tallman.
Melhoff worked pretty hard to get out of the way of there. I might have went ahead and let that one take me in the shin since it had bounced, but.
Well, that was the chase pitch from Brecht. He didn't go after it, so the 2-2 is ripped into right. Frazier goes back. It's over his head. It'll one-hop off the wall. Melhoff rounds first, heads for second, and the throw comes in. It's a one-out double for Melhoff. So Melhoff and Johnson have teed up Brecht a bit here in the early going.
And that was the scouting. You kind of saw both sides of the scouting report there on Melhoff. Big strikeout candidate with some pop, and so you got ahead of him and then couldn't close him out, and you saw the pop there as he just drove it over Frazier's head in right field.
And that'll bring out pitching coach Sean McGrath to have a chat with the Hawkeye infield and the pitcher Brody Brecht. Iowa down 1-0 in the bottom of the second.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Mound visits concluded. And we'll see how Iowa responds. Now got to try to keep that runner out there at second. Iowa is 8-1 on the season. He could get to 10 before heading down to Texas Tech, really be in good shape. Maybe the Hawks would be ranked in the top 25 for that matchup with the Red Raiders next weekend. 3-game series with Texas Tech. Here's Jack Goodman, the third baseman. First pitch from Brecht, ripped foul, straight back.
I think the visit from Coach McGrath was really just to, settle him down. When Brody gave up the home run in the first, he came back with a 4-pitch walk. So it was just, hey, focus in, get back in the funnel, and do what you need to do.
Nice pitch on the 0-1, but it's just off the plate away from the right-handed hitter, 1-1.
There's a little bit of, trust that you're good enough. And that's where, Brody doesn't have a lot of that pitching mileage, some of that experience to draw on. It'll come, but it's just not there quite yet.
There's a nice curveball in the inside corner. Breaking ball 1-2.
You probably see that slider again, maybe try to miss away and break it into the left-handed batter's box.
Yeah, got him to swing at it and miss it. Another strikeout for Brody. It was that slider that you mentioned, but it was a little bit up in the zone, and Goodman went after it, and he is out number 2.
Yeah, just got that slider up elevated right where he could see it, and so it was a big tempting target, and then had the break on it and no chance to get after it.
Bottom of the order, center fielder Connor Bradshaw, left-handed hitter. Wow, he leans over the plate. Look at that. First pitch from Brecht. He swings at it and knocks it foul down the third base side.
It's a braver man than I am to stand over the plate with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball coming at you.
He's been hit by one pitch this year. He stands really close to the inside line of the box. This one skipped in the dirt. Nice job by Tallman to block it. And he leans over the plate.
Yeah, he's got 14 strikeouts in his 27 at-bats. So one of those, again, from Brody's perspective, it's your best is better than his, so just go get him.
1-1 pitch. Check swing. Got a piece of it and hit it foul. 1-2. If you notice, Brody's not even really checking on that runner at second. Maybe a little bit to keep him close, but all the focus is right here at home.
And the Hawkeyes kind of the pickoff moves are pretty much called, so they really don't look a ton.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him on that slider. It broke back in on the outside corner. Down goes Bradshaw. A couple of strikeouts in the inning for Brecht. He avoids any damage from the one-out double. We'll head to the third. Quick-moving game here. Iowa trailing Pepperdine 1-0. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Top of the third, Iowa trailing Pepperdine 1-0. We'll see 7, 8, 9, Peterson, Frazier, and Tallman into the box in this inning. Trying to get things going for Iowa. Just one hit so far. Michael's tuned in. Thanks for listening to Hawkeye Baseball today, Michael. John is listening from Cedar Rapids. Go Hawks, John. Try to get the bats going in the top of the third. It's been a pretty decently pitched game so far. Hawks with one hit from DeRiggi in the second, but a double play ball wiped him out. So Sam Peterson will lead off. First pitch is outside, ball one. The Hawks are in their Sunday gold script uniforms, bright gold on top with the black Iowa spelled out in script across the chest. Peterson pops this one up on the left side. Third baseman looks up, shields the sun with his glove, and he makes the catch for out number one. The Hawks have white baseball pants today with black and gold stripe down the side. Pepperdine will counter with navy blue tops. Pepperdine spelled out in that blue across the chest with an orange outline, white baseball pants. They wear blue baseball caps in the field with a white front panel and a blue bill. Frazier swings at the first pitch, right to the third baseman. 2 up, 2 down pretty quickly in the third.
Well, Hawks, on one hand, I like the aggressive approach. You know, see a strike, swing at a strike. It worked really well. Worked really well last weekend. Problem is right now you're through 2 2/3 innings, and Diamond's just thrown 29 pitches. And I know in the scouting report this morning we talked about get into this bullpen, what we'd hope to be a bullpen game. We're shortening it for Pepperdine.
Ooh, Tallman's hit by the pitch. And that's one way to keep the inning going. Man, he squared the bunt, too, so he was facing the pitcher with his torso, and he had to turn around entirely to wear that one. Otherwise, that could have been ugly, and it got him on maybe the shoulder or upper back.
Yeah, nice job to get turned around and end up not taking that any place super square. But, again, I'm not going to suggest that there's any great place to get hit by an 80-something mile-an-hour fastball.
Flip things to the top of the order. Here's Seegers. Protecting the lines are the Pepperdine corner infielders. The third baseman is maybe 2 steps away from the bag at third. Michael struck out his first time. It's been a little bit of a trend for him to take a couple of at-bats to get going.
He's done a really nice job of adapting as the game's gone along, but yeah, he's lost the first at-bat more often than not, but he's tended to win the war as it's gone along. Yeah.
Has ended up having really productive games the last 2 days. Counts 1-0 to him. Decent lead at first from Tallman. Seegers squares to bunt, pulls it back, called strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. Top of the third inning, Iowa down 1-0.
There are times where Coach Heller might give Michael the take sign and he'll show bunt just to kind of get a better look at it.
Keeping Tallman close over there at first, so try a pickoff move just to keep him close, not trying to really get him out to tag.
Well, Tallman did show bunt, so maybe he's got more speed. You know, the Pepperdine reports got him with speed, so
he's got a pretty decent lead over there too.
He really does.
Something in the gap with 2 outs could maybe get him home. 1-1 pitch. Seegers lines it in between first and second, base hit. Tallman will round second hard. Here comes the throw. He'll stay right there. So a 2-out single for Seegers. Just poked it into right.
And that's kind of Michael's game. He's got great hand-eye coordination and able to kind of serve that ball up. He can pull it when he needs to. He can poke it out into center or to right, and that one's good sharp liner out into right. Tallman took a big wide turn, but good thing he jammed on the brakes and went hustling back to second.
Now Raider Tello grounded out to second in the first. Comes up with 2 on, 2 outs for Iowa in the top of the third. Trailing 1-0. First pitch to Tello. That's in the dirt. It gets away. Tallman's going to try to get to third. He will, and Seegers on the backside gets up to second. So here we go now for the Hawks. A chance with 2 outs. Raider Tello, one of the better hitters for Iowa. He's in the box.
A little more lively now in the dugout. The crowd's got a little pep in their step now. Be nice to go ahead and get a single here with the outfield as deep as they are. Any place over the infield's bringing Seegers in as well. So Hawks could take the lead with a single to the outfield.
Tello had hit safely in the first 7 games, has cooled off the last 2, but a big spot for him here early in the part of this game. 2-0. He's worked a nice count. That pitch missing outside from Diamond. Hitters count. You think green light here? He's been close enough today, this pitcher.
He's been close, and I think you're very specific. If there's a spot you like, you go ahead and you drive it somewhere. Otherwise, you go ahead and make him throw you a strike.
2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Tello. Outside ball 3. And now with Keaton Anthony on deck, you got to see a pitch or two here, a strike or two from the Waves pitcher.
All of a sudden, Diamond's kind of lost the strike zone a little bit. The pitch got away, and I think really if I'm Tallman on third, I'm ready for something. Maybe this one he tries to serve up, but the 3-1 pitch could be a little hectic if we get that far.
This one's down the heart of the plate, called strike. So the at-bat continues for Tello, 3-1. And again, you got to be somewhat selective, I think, too.
Well, because if he cross-counts you, that one was just pure soft serve. That was his 84-mile-an-hour batting practice fastball. If he tries to spin it here, though, look out.
3-1, ball 4. All right, bases are loaded. Good job by Raider Tello right there to just not go after anything that was out of the zone. We'll have a mound visit in the meantime. The bases are loaded for the Hawks with 2 outs in the top of the third. Down 1-0. We'll get Keaton Anthony to come to the plate.
Pretty good spot here for Keaton. And Keaton a little bit like Michael, where he just kind of finds a way to put bat on ball, and obviously then Keaton's got a little bit more pop that he's carrying around. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
Long discussion on the mound, and now the umpire will finally make his way out there to break it up. Opportunity for Keaton here.
Exactly, and this is, what did Keaton learn from his first at-bat? He kind of hit a little rollover ground ball at Peck the first time. Now that they've seen, what is he, the 12th batter coming up here, so they've seen some pitches. This inning looked like he was going to get out throwing 30 pitches. We're now up approaching 40, and he's starting to spray it a little bit. So see if Keaton can find one in a zone he likes and drive it.
First pitch to Anthony's way outside. Got to keep that in mind, too, that he hasn't thrown very many strikes in this inning. He hit Ben Tallman, then gave up a single to Seegers and walked Tello on 5 pitches just a moment ago. So Anthony, maybe not too eager. Make sure it's nice and in there.
Secondary lead from Tallman to see if a ball skips.
1-0 pitch, way outside again. 2-0.
Diamond's having a battle with the mound at this point, too. He's
kicking down on it.
Yeah, he's kicking at the dirt. He's not liking where his plant foot's landing, which is a sign that other things are bothering you. And so really, really want to see Keaton be selective. If he gets one in that zone, drive it. But otherwise, let's see strike one.
2-0 to Anthony. There it is. Called strike at 80 miles an hour at the knees. I'm not sure that was a changeup. I really think that Diamond slowed it down. His delivery was slow. His movement to home was slow. He just kind of lobbed it in there.
I think he's just struggling and trying to just fight his way through this inning right now.
2 balls and a strike to Anthony. Outside, ball 3. And DeRiggi's on deck. Like to see him up in this inning. Interesting what Anthony will do. Probably has the green light, got to imagine, because there's no place to put him. He can't miss, and so lobbing one into the zone, Anthony could do some damage. Bases are loaded with 2 outs in the top of the third.
Yeah, if he throws that 83, 84-mile-an-hour fastball, look for Keaton to jump all over it.
3-1 pitch. Fouled back to the screen. Keaton was trying to hit that over the scoreboard.
It was good location. He got the 84-mile-an-hour fastball, and he was just able to move it enough to miss the barrel of the bat. And so now we'll start the carousel here with full count and 2 out.
Got to protect the plate. Don't chase. Diamond looks in for the sign. He's got it. Runners will be going. On the 3-2 pitch to Anthony. Inside, ball 4. And the Hawks have tied things up on the bases-loaded walk to Keaton Anthony.
There is nobody up in the Pepperdine bullpen, so DeRiggi's going to get a chance here, and based on, I know he's been attacking right-handed batters, but Diamond hasn't been able to pull the ball back across the plate. He's been leaving everything out in that left-handed batter's box, so if he makes a mistake into DeRiggi could pull one and just demolish it down right field line.
Would you look at that? Did that all with 2 outs.
Again.
Bases still loaded. Here's DeRiggi. First pitch, called strike on the outside corner. Good spot there from Diamond. It's 0-1. Brennan singled in the second. Tied at 1, top of the third.
Yeah, good bounce back from the Hawks with 2 outs, continuing that trend of 2-out RBIs.
Next pitch to DeRiggi. This is, a called strike on the outer part of the plate. It's 0-2.
Boy, for a pitcher that had been all over the map, umpire's been kind on the outside corner on the last 2 pitches.
Now DeRiggi's got to protect from that outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded, the pitch. This one's way too far outside, and Brennan does a good job not going after that one.
That's a fantastic pitch from Diamond, though. I mean, you're throwing it in effectively the same place you've thrown the last 2, except for you've got a little break on it. You're just trying to see if the hitter will get himself out, and Brennan stuck with it and didn't offer.
1-2 to DeRiggi. Low and outside again, 2-2. Really impressed with DeRiggi's plate discipline, to be honest.
Right, that's a battle of wills there. That's exactly the same pitch again. Umpires expanded the zone on you on the first 2, and you've had to stick with it. And DeRiggi hasn't gone after either one, and it's got back to 2-2.
2-2 is just outside, ball 3.
Yeah, that one might have been down low, and now he's got a chance to. Seager's down at third isn't in quite the danger that Tolman was with Keaton up the plate when he has to start running in on the full count.
As you mentioned, the runners will be going. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tie ball game, pitch to DeRiggi. Fouled it in the box, stays alive. Good battle going between Diamond and DeRiggi.
It was interesting there. Tello really never got off second base, so I'm not sure what happened there. Anthony was almost all the way down to second from first, and Tello, maybe had a great read on it and just stayed put, but didn't get very far off.
To get going.
Yeah,
Keaton will be right there. Another 3-2 on its way home. This is low and outside, another walk. Ball 4, the Hawks have another run. It's 2-1.
What a great at-bat from Brennan there. I mean, Diamond just kept trying to hit that outside corner. The first 2 pitches the umpire gave him. Then he started trying to spin it off that outside corner and make DeRiggi bite. And Brennan just stuck with the discipline and didn't go off on any of them. And the Hawks have the lead.
Grand Slam king Kyle Huckstorf. He'll stand in. Bases loaded with 2 outs. First pitch from Diamond to Huckstorf. Swing and a miss. Was going for the fences on that one.
Did he hear Grand Slam king?
He might have.
Hawks have 3 Grand Slams this year.
Incredible.
Pretty impressive in 9 games.
Hit 2 the other night. Huckstorf has the other one on opening day. No balls and a strike. Pitch to Huck. Tapped foul. 0-2. Still plenty of runs out there. Like to get them in so that Brody's got an opportunity to pitch with the lead.
We'll see if Huck can exhibit some of the same discipline, because now down 0-2, whole repertoire is open for Diamond. His toolbox can come after you. So can you take those pitches that are off the plate, and can you drive something that he makes a mistake with?
Here's the 1-2, the 0-2 rather. Now it's 1-2. Pitch is in the dirt, didn't go after it. Diamond does spend a lot of time trying to get Iowa hitters to chase. And maybe it's a fair scout on the Hawks so far this season with the strikeout rates being a little bit high.
If any of their coaches was here last night, they're spinning balls in the dirt and going to try to allow Iowa to get themselves out. And last night they proved they would. And so far today they've been a little bit better about it.
1-2. Inside, almost hit Kyle. And now it's 2-2. You get to a point, though, where you work yourself out of the count by throwing too many chase pitches, even if it's, and maybe it's not by design. Maybe he's trying to throw a strike on that last one, but now all of a sudden the count's 2-2, and Kyle's sort of back in the at-bat.
Well, the chase pitch has to be tempting. You can't just completely waste it.
Yeah. 2-2 to Huck. Downstairs, ball 3.
What a great eye there. That's another one of those really good pitches, and that's the tempting chase pitch, but Iowa's doing a good job. As they've come through the second time in the order, they've really adjusted the approach and getting the better of Diamond at this point.
Runners will be going again. 3-2 pitch to Kyle. In the air, deep left center, with the center fielder moving over, coming together with the left fielder, and Bradshaw will catch it in the gap for the 3rd out of the inning. Kyle gave it a ride, but just under it. And so that'll end the top of the 3rd. The Hawks will leave them loaded. But they do score 2, Iowa 2, Pepperdine 1. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Bottom of the third inning, Iowa leading Pepperdine 2-1. Brody Brecht back on the mound. Thank you for listening to Hawkeye Baseball this morning. Brett is listening from Cross Timbers, Missouri. Thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball this morning. Chico and Peggy, all right, go Hawks. They're listening in Waterloo up in northeast Iowa. Thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball today, Peggy and Chico. Got a couple of runs there in the third to give Iowa the lead, 2-1. Pepperdine will come to the plate with the top of their order in the bottom of the third. Massino leading things off. Brecht, an opportunity to pitch with the lead by the slimmest of margins. Massino hits it on the ground to second. Honar is there. He welcomes it in, throws it over to DeRiggi, who's got a stretch to grab it. And he's got it. One pitch, one out for Brody. That's good.
I like how you just kind of cut right to that. One pitch, one out. That's good.
That's good.
And that was, Honar had to kind of pat that in his glove a couple times. Didn't make the best throw, but a good stretch there from DeRiggi, gets the out.
Could really use a quick inning, an efficient in Brody.
Yeah, at 46 pitches through 2 innings, cutting that down, if he could get out of here and be under 60 pitches through 3, that'd be pretty good at this point.
Peck is the batter. Pops this one up over there to the right and out of play. 1-1 is the count to the Waves shortstop.
And it'll be interesting to see how the battle goes. We talked about in the top of the inning, Iowa winning the second time through the lineup. We'll see how Brody makes an adjustment.
Yeah, he's really popping the mitt now.
And how Pepperdine tries to adjust to him now, having seen the pace and recognizing that, how hard it comes, how far the slider moves. See if they're good enough now to make an adjustment, and if Brody's good enough to make any moves to get him out.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, just outside, ball 2.
He might have just overthrown that one a touch. You look kind of talking about the smooth delivery early in the game and try to give that one a little extra.
Two, check swing. He went around. Nice slider on the outside part. I think it was maybe out of the zone, but a good job for Brecht to get another strikeout now as Peck couldn't hold up. 2 down.
And we talked with DeRiggi and we talked with Huckstorf there in the last inning about the plate discipline of those tempting ones and not offering at those. And, Peck couldn't stop himself there and got punched out.
Now here's Johnson. He's the opponent that hit the home run in the first. All eyes on the first pitch. Takes it for a called strike. Johnson coming into the game is hitting .517. He had 6 home runs. He's got 7 now. 0-1 pitch to Johnson. Outside, just off the plate, away from him. What do you see from Johnson? He got 29 at-bats, 15 hits, 3 doubles, 6 home runs. Now he's got 7, 15 RBIs on the year. Just a really nice hitter.
See a guy that's seeing a big beach ball coming in there right now.
1-1 from Brecht. Line drive and past the diving Seegers. Into center. Another base hit for Johnson. Really impressed with him so far.
That's, again, he's not, those aren't, a lot of times you see hits off Brody, they're cheap. They kind of, I capped one, I kind of flared one to where nobody was standing. I can't really say that about, actually, all 3 hits from Pepperdine, but Johnson's particularly here. That's a good solid piece of hitting, both right back up the middle. One he elevated and one he just lined through the middle.
2 outs in the Waves' third. It's Oriana in the box now. He walked following that Johnson home run. So another similar situation where Johnson keeps the inning alive for Pepperdine, but Brody trying to come back in and end it right here.
Good back foot slider there, but tried it again. Oriana didn't offer it either one.
Iowa leading 2-1 in the bottom of the third. But a 2-0 count with 2 outs and a runner on first for the Waves. He's gone with those sliders. See what he cooks up on a 2-0 right there for a called strike. Pumped that one in there, popping the mid at 98.
Good belt high fastball there. He doesn't always get that upper strike zone or upper strike zone call. Got it there on the 2-0 pitch.
2-1's in a similar spot, but just a little bit more outside, so it's a ball, 3-1.
Really don't want to add to your trouble here. I mean, this has kind of been the MO here is how do you help yourself, and help yourself before you get into a bind.
Yeah, off the plate, outside, ball 4. So similar to the first inning where Johnson got a hit and then followed by a walk. They do it again in the third. So now Brecht will have to get Basir out. Try to end this inning. 2 runners on for the Waves with 2 down. Bottom of the third, Iowa has answered, and now they lead it 2-1. First pitch from Brecht. Breaking ball, called strike. Nice pitch to start off the at-bat.
And that was a curveball there at 87, so a little bit different. You probably try to go soft and then speed him up as the at-bat goes along.
Went back to it again, called strike, outside corner. He's got Basir totally fooled, 0-2 now.
Well, and this is the spot now. Close him out. Pick your best pitch and go beat him right now.
Don't necessarily need that chase pitch. Just blow the fastball by him. Let's see if Brody does it. Swing and a miss. Went with the slider, 3 in a row. And the third time does the trick to get the strikeout. A couple in the inning for Brody. He gets out of any type of trouble there. We've played 3 in Mobile on this Sunday morning. It's Iowa 2, Pepperdine 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Moving along nicely in this Sunday now afternoon. Iowa leading Pepperdine 2-1. We'll see a new Waves pitcher in the game, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. New pitcher for Pepperdine is Bobby Christie. What do we know about him, John?
3 appearances on the season, an 11.57 ERA, 4 2/3 innings, giving up 4 hits and had some control issues, 5 walks. Hawkeyes are kind of looking at, he works the fastball. It's in the upper 80s, but really goes about 50-50 fastball off-speed mix. We're going to test that discipline again. If the Hawkeyes can stay content to make him bring it to them and be, kind of tip your cap if he throws the good strike and make him beat you, then I think they can make this a pretty short outing for Bobby.
Yeah, it looks like mid-80s, mid to upper 80s on the fastball. It would appear to be what we see in these warm-up tosses.
Yeah, he's going to bring 86 to 89. He's got a curveball then The good differential on the curveball. Does have a changeup, but probably going to see mostly curveball stuff.
Well, this is the plan for Iowa today, was to get to the bullpen as soon as we could. Now, Diamond was technically a bullpen guy, but he did a pretty nice job through 3 innings. So it's a righty now in Christie. He'll face off with Sam Honar to kick off the 4th. First pitch, Sam went around and couldn't hold up, so it's strike 1.
And that's the plate discipline right there. You have to make him throw you a strike.
This one's fouled out of play over there to the left side, 0-2. So now make the adjustment and see a right-handed pitcher now. No balls, 2 strikes, pitch to Honar. Just high, just outside, right around, but a ball.
That's a really good pitch. Again, one of those where even if Honar swings at it, he's not really going to be able to do a whole lot with it.
1-2 is slapped foul to the left side. Honar's had good communication with the home plate umpire, Kevin Kennedy, in this at-bat. On the check swing on the first time, and then on that foul tip, is that going to be a strike if I don't swing at it, right? That's something that's important to know. 1-2 pitch to Honar. This one's lined into left and right to Massino, the left fielder. Got a good swing on it, but right to him, and Honar's out number 1.
Saw Honar do that 2 times last night. Just didn't have quite the elevation. Last night, they both fell in for hits. That one, he got a little bit more barrel on. It was good at bat, way to stick with it and pound it out there, but they had him played perfectly, and he sliced it right to the left fielder in Massino.
Sam Peterson's the batter. First pitch strike at the knees. Like to see Petey get going here.
He's had a hard time. Last night, never really adjusted and saw eye to eye with the umpire on the strike zone, and then popped up in his first at-bat here today.
Drives this one into center field for a base hit. There we go. Petey, he's on with 1 out, sat on that hanging breaking ball.
Saw the breaking ball, saw it the whole way. The Hawks in the scouting report feel like they maybe have a little bit of something that they can look for. This coaching staff is great at just those little tells of maybe tipping a pitch here or there, nothing terribly obvious, but if it gives you that much of an advantage to know maybe you're seeing spin versus speed, lets you kind of stick with it and drive that ball right back up the box.
It's Frazier now. He'll fly one out to right. Right fielder Oriana is nearing the line. He's got it for the 2nd out of the inning. More aggressive approach. Hawks are swinging earlier in the count against this pitcher for Pepperdine.
Saw a strike and saw something he liked and swung at it again. I don't mind going up with a pretty specific approach, or if there's a very small tunnel that you're looking for, if you see the ball in there, go ahead and go get it. But otherwise, when you've got a guy that's you're 50-50 on strikes, you might want to see one.
Bottom of the order in Ben Tallman. I'll check on Peterson at first. He dives back head first safely.
And Petey's got good speed. Christie's not the fastest to the plate.
And he'll start Tallman with the first pitch strike.
So especially now where maybe you start thinking, okay, breaking ball, and so you lose a little bit of miles per hour on the pitch, you might be able to get a good jump here.
Tallman turns away from a pitch inside, 1-1. Talked about a little bit with Coach Heller. Maybe the small ball, the short game comes into play today. I haven't seen too many attempts to steal bases, but there goes Peterson as Tallman skies this one into center. Center fielder sprinting forward. Shortstop goes back, and the shortstop makes a basket catch to end the inning. So the hit and run was on for the Hawks there, and Tallman popped it up to shallow center. All right, bottom of the 4th coming up. Iowa 2, Pepperdine 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Iowa leading Pepperdine 2-1. Brecht returns to the rubber for the Hawks. Settled in nicely. Love to know where you're listening from today across Hawkeye Nation. Justin is tuned in from Bloomington, Indiana. All right, deep in Big Ten country over there in Indiana. Thanks for listening to Hawkeye Baseball today, Justin. Iowa out in front by 1. We'll go with Brody now, and he'll face the bottom portion of the order, which he's set down pretty nicely with the exception of Melhoff. We'll see Melhoff second due up in this inning.
Kind of another one of those telling innings. We talked about pitch count, trying to get out of the last inning before he got to 60 pitches. We missed that by a little bit, got up to 63 pitches. So not the worst thing yet to get through 3, but would really love to see a relatively smooth, relatively clean inning. Any strikeout pitcher is going to have a little bit higher pitch count. He missed just outside there with the breaking ball again. So you understand his count's going to be a little bit elevated. Zach Volker's down, kind of stretching. He knows he's getting the call next.
And he brings that one back in with a strike, just shifting that slider a little bit over the plate so it can be called a strike.
Exactly.
And that's been the game plan, by the way, is that, we go to Volker immediately after Brody. 1-1 is popped in there, 1-2.
If you could see, 4 clean, 5 clean from Brody, and then get the flip of that from Zach, we'd all go home.
Yeah, pretty happy. This one's shot into right and foul near the bullpen. Do it again at 1-2.
Yeah, I'd feel like that would be that's probably enough to get us home with a weekend sweep.
Wind up in the pitch from Brecht, tapped foul. These Pepperdine hitters are tough to get out. They've put the ball in play. They've stayed alive with 2 strikes. They've got good at bats so far, I'm seeing.
Well, and Coach McGrath said that in your pregame interview with him is, they're a better hitting team than their numbers dictate. And, they've played some tough competition. They've battled some weather. You don't think about that with the California team a lot. But they're a good, disciplined hitting team as Brecht misses high for 2-2. But, they know what they're doing. And by the time the end of the year rolls around, they may not be a great team, but they're going to be a good, fundamental team.
2-2 is driven out to left. This one's tailing foul, and it will hit off the indoor facility in foul territory. Good example. I mean, this is a 2-2 count that we're, 6 or 7 pitches into it.
Landis just a 231 hitter, but, kind of guessing a little bit and got out in front of Brody there and hit it over the hitting facility there.
Just doesn't have too many strikeouts. We're kind of seeing that right away. He's got 3 through a few at-bats. And the count's now full.
As a coach, you like those hitters that really don't get themselves out very often, and that's what Landis has done.
Incredible at-bat from Landis here as he fouls this one back to the screen. At some point, Brody might just rear up and fire it.
And there was a game last year where it was at Rutgers where Brody just busted out the curveball, but overthrew the fastball that time. And great at bat by Landis, draws the walk.
A free base for the Waves in the bottom of the fourth. Iowa leading 2-1. Here comes Melhoff, and he hit a double into the gap. Gets over Frazier's head. Back in the second inning.
Yeah, he demolished that ball. Frazier was not terribly shallow, but it just rocketed right over his head.
First pitch to him this time is a nice slider that's a called strike on the inner half of the plate, 0-1.
See what Brody learned from the at-bat again. We saw how he attacked Johnson a little bit differently, even though Johnson ended up getting the single, but just a different approach.
Short lead at first. This one is another called strike. Slider came in the back door a little bit. Maybe started as a strike on the outside corner and then peeled back in. It's 0-2.
And that's, Melhoff. The scout was big strikeout, big pop. Brody was ahead of him last time. Can he book him this time?
Skipped in the dirt. Tallman uses chest protector to block it down.
Well done there to keep the ball in front, keep it easily corralled so that the runner at first couldn't take any chances on advancing.
That was the chase pitch. Here's the 1-2 from Breck, just inside, a little bit high too with the slider, 2-2. The Hawks are fortunate; they've got a pair of really great catchers.
Yes, Cade's done a really good job handling most of the pitchers, and Ben Tallman's done a great job handling Brody, who's not the easiest to catch.
2-2s hit foul to the left side.
He's got velocity. He's got really good movement on the slider. And if you just don't catch it clean, it'll take the glove right off your hand and break your thumb. Yeah. So you got to be ready.
Another long at bat here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brecht is ready in the pitch. Tapped foul to the Iowa dugout. Good bare hand play made by Blake Guerin over there.
He's always got a smile on so far that I've seen.
He sure does. 2 balls, 2 strikes still from Brecht. Check swing. Did he go around? No, but the only way they can ask is to check with the umpire behind the pitcher's mound because they've only got 3 umpires here. I think if the umpires down the line at third might have had a different answer, but instead the count's now full.
Yeah, an unusual configuration, and I know they have very designated spots based on the outs and the runner situation.
Runner takes off. This is a called third strike. The throw down to second is a bit low, not in time anyway. Melhoff is down on strikes. Good job there by Brecht to take care of himself. Melhoff's out number 1. The Waves do have a runner in scoring position.
Tallman nearly killed the 6'4" Brody Brecht on the mound there with a little bit of a low throw. Brody wasn't really thinking about the runner going so much, and Tallman then throw it low, and Brody had to hit the dirt to let that ball get over his head.
8-hitter Jack Goodman, he struck out his first time. First pitch from Brecht. Starts with that slider, starts ahead with a strike. That is the primary pitch from Brody to start off the at-bat. It's the slider.
Well, it's the one, funny enough, you've got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but it's what he feels most comfortable with, especially when you're trying to get strike 1.
This one's hit into right. Frazier charging forward. He will dive and make the catch. Ho-ho! Braden Frazier, another diving catch, and that'll keep the runner at second.
Boy, that ball just hung up in the air and then just fell, and Braden did a great job staying with it, tracking it, dove forward, and was able to make the play. Runner did a good job at second base. Landis didn't venture very far off and was able to just kind of walk his way back, but good job getting the second out of the inning, Braden Frazier.
And that's big-time trouble if that gets by Braden, so good job on his confidence to make sure that he could make that play. This one's tapped to DeRiggi at first. He's got it. He'll touch the bag himself. A nice showing from Brecht there in the fourth after walking the leadoff hitter. He goes strikeout, fly out, ground out. We've played 4 in Mobile on this Sunday afternoon. Iowa 2, Pepperdine 1. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Top of the fifth, getting to the midway point of this afternoon's game. Iowa leading Pepperdine 2-1. It'll be the top of the order coming up for the Hawks in this fifth, trying to extend their lead, get some more insurance. We'll see if Brecht returns for the bottom of the fifth or if Iowa turns to Zach Volker, who's been warming up in the bullpen.
I love how you like to set up drama.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. We might have an idea, but not entirely sure yet. But let's see if Iowa can get a few hits going. This is a pitcher in Christie that isn't necessarily overpowering, but he's hit his spots to start. A couple of good at-bats off of him. It'll be Seegers, Tello, and Anthony. Michael leads things off. First pitch, a little two-seam action, called strike down the heart of the plate.
I like to see Michael can continue what he's done and just kind of keep building. Good single and scored a run back in the third inning.
0-1 is a slow breaking ball outside and low, backhanded by Landis, the catcher. One to Seegers. Driven into left, carrying well. Left fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Yes. Seegers with a solo shot. His second of the weekend. Boom.
We gave Michael a little grief for the one he hit Friday, but that one was just barreled up and driven out into left field. Well done, Michael Seegers.
Hawks lead 3-1. Seegers with this power. He got a hold of that one. It landed in the same spot that it did Friday night, but definitely at a different angle, John.
Yeah, the launch angle Friday was, 46, 48 we heard, and that one was a more traditional looking home run as he drove that over the left field wall to give the Hawks the 3-1 lead.
Great connection from Seegers. Tello now, he takes this one up and in, almost hit him, and Rader turned away from it.
Yeah, that was the key of finding a pitch you like. Good strike on the outside corner there. In that funnel you like. It's early in the count. Find a spot you like, and if you get one, be aggressive at it. And Seegers did a great job there.
1-1 from Christie. Skirts out of the zone, low and outside. 2-1. This is a tough part of the order for Pepperdine to face now, with a run already across, and Tello taking the 2-1 pitch. Low, 3-1. You got Anthony on deck. DeRiggi's in the hole. You got Hucksdorf behind him. 1 through 9. Iowa's really dangerous.
A lot of, good when they're on their game. A lot of good at bats.
Yep. Tello draws another walk. Back-to-back walks for Rader today.
Yeah, we talked about Rader's hitting streak going down, but I think he was on base 3 times on Friday. Was on base a couple times yesterday. He's been on base a couple times today. And doesn't have a hit this weekend, I don't think. So, nice job taking what they give you, and for a guy that likes to swing, not expanding his zone too much.
Yeah, we'll just change our verbiage, our word usage to on-base streak now, because Rader's been a force out there in the 2 spot. Here's Keaton Anthony. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Anthony today walked. Bases loaded walk in the 3rd. 1-0 pitch to him, right down the middle. Keaton wanted to swing at it, but he didn't. It's 1-1.
97-mile-an-hour exit velocity for Seegers with a 26-degree launch angle. So much more traditional-looking home run.
Short lead at first from Tello. 1-1 pitch to Anthony. This one's ripped foul down the left field line. Boy, he had that uppercut swing on that one. 73 miles an hour, just a bit out in front.
Exactly. If you picture a tic-tac-toe board on the Seager home run, that pitch was located in the bottom left corner. Michael just went down, golfed it out of there, and drove it.
1-2 pitch to Anthony. This one's fouled in the same spot, significantly deeper. Keaton trying to time up this Pepperdine pitcher right now.
Keaton isn't getting cheated on his swings right now. He's seeing the ball. Looks like he's seeing it really well. It's just out in front of it a little bit. See if he can be just a little bit more patient and drive it out to the green somewhere.
Tello on first. 1-2 to Anthony is low. 2-2.
You know, for a team that struck out 17 times last night, there have been a number of really good 2-strike takes here today that have been just off the plate and but good discipline.
Night and day difference. 2-2. Good job again there from Keaton. That was a slider that was in the dirt. 3-2.
Should we go with a literally night and day difference?
Yeah, that too.
See if Tello's on the move here or trust Anthony to make contact.
He is on the move. The 3-2's lined into center, right to the center fielder. Tello's going to have to run back to first. It's caught by the center fielder. Here comes the throw. It's cut off, so Tello's able to get back to first safely. Man, good contact there by Anthony, but right to the center fielder.
It was well struck, and I think it was Honar's line drive out into left field. You know, just a good solid contact. You got the barrel on it. You know, some days and some at bats you hit it right at the other team, and that's the way that one worked out.
We'll see DeRiggi now, who's been on twice. Singled in the second, walked, and drove in a run on that bases loaded walk in the 3rd. First pitch to him is a called strike outside corner. Tello still over there at first. A lot of room in left center as the center fielder is shaded over towards right now. A 1 pitch to DeRiggi. Downstairs, ball 1.
But something you never thought you'd see. Blake Guerin in the dugout trying to soak up Michael Seager's home run power.
Is that what you caught down there?
That's what I saw. That's the way I saw it, and that's the way I'm going to describe it.
1-1 to Brennan. This is hit right to the shortstop. They're going to double up Tello. That's just a tough play right there. Hard line drive right to the shortstop. He caught it and threw it back to first. And so the double play will end the top of the 5th. The Hawks get 1 on a solo shot from Michael Seegers. It's Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information. Welcome back to sunny Mobile, Alabama. Stanky Field.
Zach Volker will be the new Hawkeye pitcher as he comes on. After Brody Brecht throws 4 innings, gives up 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. It was a home run, a pretty well-struck ball to center field. He did walk 3, struck out 6. A good outing from Brody. Zach Volker comes in having 2 appearances, a 1.86 ERA. Does have a win on the season and a save as he's been very effective. 9 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs, hasn't walked a batter, and has struck out 11. So flip it over. This was kind of the plan. Get it to, try to split the game in half as much as you could. Brody did a good job getting through 4. And now we'll turn it over to Zach and pretty much have the rest of the bullpen if Zach runs into any trouble or you need to close it out at the end of the game. So good spot there. I would be remiss if I didn't, we mentioned it last night. My mom's birthday. She's probably listening again in Punta Gorda. So happy birthday, Mom. Love you. Got actually 2 other ones. We got a golfing buddy, Chad Bosch, golf buddy in Cedar Rapids, sharing a birthday. And then Jack Rutz, who some of our baseball players know. He's from Johnston, and he's actually, since I'm here with you in Mobile, he's using our tickets for Senior Day, Iowa and Nebraska basketball game. So,
and that's coming up in just a little bit here, just over 30 minutes, Iowa and Nebraska. From Carver, happy birthday to all those folks that you just mentioned, trying to give them a Hawkeye victory today, up 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Volker on the mound. First pitch to the top of the order, Charles Massino, is just inside, ball 1. So Brecht goes 4 innings and he strikes out 6. Good job by Brecht to really limit the damage to that 1 home run that he gave up in the first inning. 1-0 pitch from Volker. This ripped into center. Hucksdorf tracks it down. He's got it on the run. 1 out.
Zach's got some good action too. So, you think about, what a dramatic change from Brody. But, Zach's got some pretty good velocity, 94, 95. I mean, it's not quite Brody velocity, but there aren't very many that are. But Zach brings it up there well and really mixes in some good off-speed stuff as well.
Again, we've talked about it. The bullpen has a number of starter arms in there, and Volker would be one of those. So when you come in this position, Iowa almost treating their rotation, their starting pitching is, hey, give us 4 or 5, and then we'll go to another guy that can give us 4 or 5, and that's how you get through the innings. Peck is the batter, and he's worked a 2-0 count.
Coach McGrath really kind of looks at it as Iowa has 6 quality starters. You only have 3 games, but you have 6 starters, and so it really gives them a lot of pieces to mix and match.
2-0 is a called strike on the inside corner. You wonder how unique that is from school to school. If Iowa's one of the best teams at utilizing that, or if that's where college baseball is headed, or even baseball in general.
I think it's a credit to Iowa's pitching depth, for one, that they're kind of on the forefront of that. But that's part of the data game.
Volker pounding the strike zone again, evening the count at 2.
Being kind of ahead of that, and I think Coach McGrath said that in your pregame interview as well. Of, it's not really about can I get you to go get me, 8 innings. It's can I get you to get really high quality 12 outs, 15 outs, and then you piece it together.
Volker's done a nice job here. It's a ground ball to Honar at second, on to first. Second out of the inning.
You piece it together, the next thing you know, you have 27 outs, and it takes buy-in. I was talking to Keaton Anthony's parents at the hotel the other night, and these guys have all been starters their whole life. They've been the guy, and so to not be the guy, or to be one of the guys and kind of get pieced around, it's a different mentality, and it takes a little bit to embrace. And it's a credit to the coaching staff and to then the pitcher to go embrace that kind of just a change in the role a little bit.
Volker against Johnson now. Called strike on the outside corner to begin this at bat. Johnson's been really good today. He's got the solo home run in the first. He singled in the third.
Let's see if Zach can left turn him back to the dugout.
Sure. 0-1 from Volker. Tap to the third baseman, Tello. He's charging it. He's got it. He throws it to Derigi. A 1-2-3 inning to start Volker's day. How about that? We're through 5. Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
To the top of the 6th we go in Mobile. Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Same pitcher on the mound for the Waves. It'll be Bobby Christie. The Hawks are starting to get to him a little bit. Really squared him up nicely in the 5th, but Keaton lined straight to center, and then Derigi hit into a double play on a sharp line drive to short, and then got doubled up over there at first. So just unfortunate for the Hawks. I don't think anybody's too upset with how that unfolded.
Miles better at bats than what we saw last night. I mean, just of course, no hitter ever wants to make an out, but those are quality outs. They're quality swings, good solid, good barrel of the bat contact. Just wrong place.
Hucksdorf leads off the inning with a shot to center. The center fielder moves forward and then back, and he's got it. Bradshaw makes the grab for out number 1. Even though that's a one-pitch, one-out type of situation, good swing by Hucksdorf.
Another ball hit on a line. I mean, it's hard to argue the carry there. If that ball has just a touch more jump in it, carries over his head, and Hucksdorf's probably still running.
Honar stands in. First pitch strike on the outside corner.
Don't mind seeing Hawkeye hitters work the count a little bit, but again, the hit ball's hard. All the outs last inning were hard hit balls. So
0-2 now, way on the outside corner there to Honar. And these Pepperdine pitchers, to be honest, they're giving us stuff to hit, right? And that maybe hasn't been the case the first 2 days. Yesterday, it was just a little bit out of the zone. We went after quite a few as Honar drives this to center, right to the center fielder once again. 2 up, 2 down for Iowa in the top of the 6th. The game against Southern was, the guy was kind of all over the place, and Iowa had better discipline on Friday than they did on Saturday. And now today, we've been really right around the strike zone.
Certainly making the pitchers throw strikes even when you're behind in the count. You haven't just given in and given up on the at-bat. Stuck with it. We'll see if they can continue to keep hitting the ball sharply and get paid off for it.
Peterson swings at the first pitch. Shallow right. Second baseman moves back. Johnson's got it. 3 up, 3 down. Quick inning in the top of the 6th. Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. The Waves come to the plate right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Bottom of the sixth inning from the finale at the South Alabama Invitational. Iowa leading Pepperdine 3-1. Both of these teams are 2-0 on the weekend, so championship on the line today. Iowa beat Southern on day one, South Alabama last night, trying to go for a 3-game sweep and win their 6th in a row. Hawks are sitting at 8-1. Win would therefore make them 9-1. There's the Captain Obvious moment of the day. Iowa baseball started the season 9-1 twice, back in 2014 and then 2015. They've started better than 9-1 4 times. That goes all the way back to the 30s and 40s. The Hawks were better than 9-1 in 34, 1936, 1940, and 1942. You can't do better than 9-1 if you don't get to 9-1 first of all. And so Iowa's going to try to close things down in the last few innings against Pepperdine. A 3-1 lead. Volker back on the mound. 4-5-6. Oriana leading it off for the Waves. First pitch from Zach is low and in. Ball 1.
Volker with a 9-pitch inning in the bottom of the 5th inning. And then the Pepperdine pitcher said, "Here, hold my beer," and went out with a 5-pitch inning. So that was pretty good.
Cut it in half. 1-0 pitch from Zach. Here it comes. Just outside, 2-0. And for Volker to do that against the top of the order for Pepperdine, that was a nice job there.
Yeah, I think we'll see him battle back here, throw a dart here, and get back on the strike side.
He does just that. Check swing. They'll say that he went around, and it's 2-1.
Oriana tried to hold up there and tried to even convince the umpire that he held up, but no such luck.
Oriana, another batter that's in tight on the plate. 2-1 is a called strike on the outside corner, 2-2.
We've talked a little bit about that through the season of, you see hitters really crowd the plate, try to take away part of the plate, and then they're really willing to wear it and go ahead and take the base that way as well.
2-2, swing and a miss. Good job, Zach Volker, to battle back and get the strikeout after dropping down to 2-0 in the count. Volker's first strikeout of the afternoon.
Oriana and the home plate umpire were having a conversation. At first I thought it was just, was it a strike? But seemed to carry on a little bit longer than that. But
disagreement of some sort.
Maybe they just didn't hear each other very well. Good strike there from Volker.
Yeah, just really pounding the inside corner there on Basir, the designated hitter. He's 0 for 2 today. He struck out in the 3rd. 0-1 pitch, outside corner. Volker toying with him now. Went inside, then outside. Got him fooled. It's 0-2.
Yeah, Basir, good hitter, was up over 308 before the game. 0 for 2 so far.
Volker floats a breaking ball high, 76 miles an hour. That thing looked a little bit softer than 76, but couldn't find it in the zone. It's 1-2.
Just a big teaser pitch with a guy that throws 94, 95 to throw that one floating up there at eye level.
Back to the fastball on the 1-2, a comebacker and a base hit. Volker tried to backhand it from behind and couldn't quite get a piece of it, so a 1-out single for Basir.
Zach has a little bit of extra oomph on his follow-through on the pitch, and so not always in the easiest of fielding positions, and not that any pitcher was going to have an easy time with that one, but Zach kind of falls off the mound a little aggressively toward first base side, and so the ball right back up the box was able to get past him.
Volker has the tendency to get some ground balls. First pitch is high to Landis. Landis has done a pretty nice job today. Got on with a long walk against Brecht back there in the 4th. Runner on first for the Waves in the bottom of the 6th. Iowa leading 3-1. Ground ball could do a lot of good here. 1-0 pitch to Landis. Called strike outside corner. Volker really pounding it now.
Pepperdine has just 3 stolen bases on the year. Actually has 3 caught stealing as well. So not a team that's probably going to run. But, a 2-run deficit, maybe it's a little late now to see him bunt him over. But
they might have to get creative. They have to figure something out because Volker's just whipping that slider on that outside corner to the righties. 1-2 now. They don't have a good read on it. They haven't swung at one yet.
Oh, exactly. And coaching staff thought maybe the Pepperdine would adjust the approach a little bit and play some small ball, but
that one's just a little bit too far outside. If they weren't swinging at the ones that were strikes, probably not go after that one, but just worth a shot, I guess. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out.
Well, when you get to the 2 strikes, you're hoping that the zone expands and those selective hitters get a little less so.
2-2, driven to right, but fouling out a play.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it. Landis was really good in his last at-bat against Breck. Just kind of chipping away, kind of basically refusing to strike out. The fewest strikeouts on, doesn't have a ton of at-bats, I guess, but still just 3 strikeouts on the season so far.
Been a hard hitter to get out.
Ooh.
And now the count's full. That one just missed high.
Felt like Zach might have gotten him out there.
Yeah, it's really close. Now Volker's challenged with.
How do you feel about 6-4-3 double play?
That'd be great. They're going to try a pickoff move, but just not a big enough lead over there by Basir to make it close. Double play, strikeout, that's possibility. Volker's going to look in for the sign from Tallman. He's got what he likes. He comes set. 3-2 pitch. Just high. Ball 4. And the Waves are threatening a bit in the bottom of the 6th.
All of those pitches were around the zone. They're good misses. I mean, I guess there's no 3-2 pitch that's a good miss, but he's not wild all around. He's just barely missing the strike zone right now.
I think Landis saw 9 pitches there, and he swung once. Here's Melhoff. First pitch strike to him. Melhoff connected on a double his first time up back in the 2nd, but he struck out in the 4th. So a little bit of hot and cold for him today so far. No balls in the strike with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. Pitch from Volker. Called strike outside corner, 0-2.
And that's what you get from Melhoff by the report and by what we've seen in the stats. Get ahead of him. Brody got ahead of him both times. The first time made a mistake then, and Melhoff made him pay for it. The second time he was able to put him away.
0-2 from Volker. On the ground to the right side. Honar's got it. To second for 1. On to first. No throw. No throw to first. They do get that in-between runner out at second. It'll be runners on the corners with 2 outs.
That's actually a big play by Honar. You don't necessarily think about it being that big of a deal. But he splits the runners. And so by splitting the runners now with the Hawks up 2, a single doesn't tie the game. And so you're able to maintain the lead. And, if Zach can go ahead and take care of business, even better. But you're able to give yourself a chance. You leave the force out at second base now, so a ground ball that maybe you have some trouble with, you can just flip it instead of having to make a long throw. So good play by Honar. Has had some trouble with those this weekend, so good play to get the lead. Well, the middle runner.
It's Goodman now on the ground to Tello at third. A good throw over to first, and 1 pitch will take care of business there. They'll retire Goodman to end the threat and leave the runners at first and third. All right, we've played 6 now at the South Alabama Invitational on this Sunday afternoon. Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Top of the 7th inning, Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. When our game wraps up this afternoon, be sure to tune in to Iowa Hawkeye men's basketball beginning in 15 minutes. Senior day in Iowa City. It's Iowa and Nebraska at Carver Hawkeye Arena. If Iowa beats Nebraska, they'll be the 2 seed in the Big Ten tournament next week. Iowa and Nebraska at 1 o'clock. Then at 4 o'clock, it's Iowa and Ohio State women's basketball. The Hawks win that, and they are the Big Ten tournament champions. Gary is listening today from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. How about that?
Nice.
We say Hawkeye Nation, but we extend that up north to Canada as well. Thanks for listening to Hawkeye Baseball today, Gary. Top of the 7th. Way down here in Mobile, it'll be 8-9-1. Frazier to lead things off. First pitch to Braden is low and outside, ball 1. I think that's the 3rd pitch that Braden's seen today. He swung at the first pitches in each of his first at-bats. Drives this one in the air to right. It's shallow. Right fielder Oriana sprints forward. Second baseman moves back. And Frazier is retired as the right fielder makes the catch.
It just got under that one a little bit. Skied it out to right. Good chase down there from Oriana.
And what do we have here? We've got a pinch hitter. Blake Guerin will come up. The catching spot for Ben Tallman. We know that Blake won't be the catcher coming out, so
he'd be quite the target, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it'd be probably good protection for the umpire if anything missed.
Fair point.
I'd like to see Guerin give it a shot here. He stands in. Big, tall righty. Iowa in search of insurance, up 3-1 in the 7th. Never gonna have too many runs against Pepperdine. Righty on righty matchup here. First pitch to Guerin is a called strike. Started him with a bender. It's 0-1.
Blake started Friday's game. Really just kind of struggled. Expanded his strike zone a little bit more than he normally does. We'll see if he can get back to his good approach.
High and outside. Good discipline there. One ball on the strike. Seager's still on deck there. 1-1 to Blake. Low and outside. Ball 2.
Hawkeyes kind of living on the margins right now with 3 runs on 4 hits.
Just missing on the 2-1. Yeah, it's just been a pretty straightforward game. A lot of contact, but right to folks.
Well, and I think what you like to see after you get punched out 17 times last night is just 1 strikeout so far, so better approach that way.
That battle continue on a called strike, 2-1, 3-2 now to Guerin.
Both teams with 4 walks and 4 hits, so.
Blake taps this foul to stay alive. It's been really identical. The Hawks have just sort of pieced a couple things together more consistently than Pepperdine has.
Correct. Both teams have the solo home run. Pepperdine right now 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position.
3-2 is on its way home to Guerin. Driven into center, but the center fielder will coast over towards right, reach up and grab it for the second out of the inning. Blake gave it a ride, but a little bit too much in the air.
There's really just no carry today, and Not that those balls deserve to be flying out of any ballpark or anything, but they're well hit. There's just you're not getting any help from the conditions, so you really need to earn it. Maybe a little bit too much lift. You'd like to see a little bit more of that line drive approach that paid off so well against LSU.
Yeah, a lot of fly balls today. Here's Seegers watching the first pitch go by for a strike. Iowa 3-1 in the top of the 7th. Third baseman anticipating maybe a bunt possibility. He's in front of the bag just slightly. Michael watching this one go by, called strike in the upper half of the zone.
Yeah, if I'm reading the stats right, Iowa's flown out 12 times.
12 of the 20 outs to this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
No balls, 2 strikes to Seegers with 2 outs, nobody on. Comebacker, base hit. Right by the pitcher, and Seegers is on with 2 strikes and 2 outs. This is where Iowa does a lot of gets a lot done.
See, I like that line drive approach.
Yeah.
Obviously, even Michael's home run was much more of the line drive driven type of ball. But a good 3-for-4 day for him.
Now, good part of the order coming up. Tello is 0 for 1 today, but he's walked twice. Insurance run at first is Seegers. Maybe he'll try his luck at a stolen base. Pepperdine thinking the same thing, so they'll whip it over there to check on him. He's back in safely.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Christie's not the fastest to the plate. He does a pretty good job, but if you think you're going to get a breaking ball and could get a good jump here.
Yeah, Seegers takes off. Tello drives this one to right. Right fielder moving back, but he's got a beat on it, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. All right, the Hawks get a hit, but no runs. We'll stretch things out in Mobile. Bottom of the 7th coming up, Iowa 3. Pepperdine 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cade.
Bottom of the 7th inning now. Iowa back on the field defensively. We'll get Zach Volker back to the rubber with a 3-1 lead. Stretch things out down to the last few innings of this one. Zach's been good so far.
Kind of exactly what you expect out of Zach for the most part. Giving up a hit, actually, one of the things you don't expect, walked a hitter. It was his first walk of the season so far. Zach's command's been very good, and see if he can bounce back here and finish up bottom and then back to the top of the order for Pepperdine.
Bradshaw will square to bunt. He foul-tipped it straight back. Yeah, this is a really important batter. The 9-hitter, he's struck out, and he's grounded out over to Duriggi at first. And so to get him out before you go to the top of the order where the dangerous bats are, really imperative for the Hawkeyes' success in the bottom of the 7th. Up by 2. 0-1 pitch from Volker. Squaring to bunt again. Right back to Volker. This should be easy. Zach steps and throws. Got him.
Yeah, that was a terrible bunt. I mean,
it wasn't great, John.
he actually even kind of swung at it a little bit, and so it was a small BP fungo right back at Zach, and Hawks will take the easy out here to start the bottom of the 7th.
So top of the order with Messino. He's 0 for 3 today. Volker out of the windup. First pitch to Messino. Tap to the right side, foul into the Iowa dugout.
He hit a ball hard last time, right at Huckstorf in center field. Was able to track it over a little bit like what the Hawkeye outs have looked like. Good solid contact, just right at a guy and the wrong depth, just right at where the fielder's playing.
A 1 pitch. This one's lined into center. Huckstorf sprinting forward. He's got it. Out number 2.
That one was better positioned, but a good play by Huckstorf as he comes sprinting in. Was able to catch it, kind of chest, shoulder height without having to make too dramatic of a play. We know he can. He's a Sports Center top 10 guy, too.
He is. We got a few of those out there in the Hawkeye outfield. All right, 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the 7th. Peck, the shortstop, he'll come up. Iowa leading 3-1. First pitch to Peck from Volker. Tap to the left side. Tello's going to grab it. Just foul.
Ooh.
And Peck never left the box, so I think Tello was trying to get that in fair territory if he could and then take his time on the throw. But it is foul, and so 0-1.
Yeah, that was close. We talked about that last week with whose call it was. That time the home plate umpire did make the call. But Tello got it right in front of the bag and kind of just as he crossed into foul territory.
0-1 pitch, waved at and missed. 0-2.
That's the good slider. You've set him up, and then you throw that slider off, and you get an aggressive hitter that wants to swing the bats, maybe struggling just a little bit, and all of a sudden you get a really expanded strike zone.
Quick inning so far. The 0-2 from Volker on the ground to the left side. Tello waits for it. He's got it. Rader throws it across. 3 up, 3 down. In the 7th, we've played 7, headed to the 8th. Iowa 3, Pepperdine 1. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
New pitcher coming to the mound in the 8th inning for Pepperdine with Iowa leading 3-1. We'll let you know who that is right after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. It's Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Keaton Anthony, Brendan DeRiggi, and Kyle Huckstorf are due up for Iowa in the 8th against a new Pepperdine pitcher. Looks like it's Jack Chester.
Jack's made 3 appearances on the year, thrown 3 1/3 innings, 5.4 ERA. Get hit around a little bit. Last year made 15 appearances, had a 2.25 ERA, so did a nice job last year in his 16 innings. Struggling just a little bit here. He's got a good fastball, 84 to 87 from the right-hand side, but really works off a lot of the off-speed stuff, slider, curveball, changeup. So the Hawks will have to be ready to kind of make sure they see that ball in the middle of the plate. Anything that's on an edge isn't all of a sudden going to become a strike. It's going to break away from you and get out of the strike zone. So good disciplined approach again, and much the way they've taken the approach so far today. See if they can keep barreling up balls and add to this lead.
Yeah, heart of the order with a chance to do that. 3-4-5. Anthony's the first batter. And just like you mentioned, John, that was a slider to kick off the at-bat. Started outside, stayed outside.
It's not like the Hawkeye hitters don't know they've ever watched the Hawkeye pitchers, that's a lot of what they do.
Again, missing outside 2-0.
But you want to, you have to establish something first. You have to get ahead, and you throw that first pitch, that first tease pitch away, and it breaks out, and they're not chasing it.
2-0 pitch is lined fair inside the line and left. Anthony will round first. He'll have to hustle to second. He's going to slam on the brakes. It'll be a single for Keaton as he golfed that one over the third baseman's head. Hit it too hard. He couldn't get to second.
The way it hooked, instead of kind of bounding along the wall and going all the way to the corner, it almost drove into the wall and bounced back out. And so it made a relatively easy play for the left fielder. He hustled over and then was able to throw a dart into second base to keep Anthony at first.
Just a bit unlucky. Here's DeRiggi now. First pitch to DeRiggi is in there for a strike.
But good solid contact from Keaton. Nice to see him square one up there.
Next pitch is outside to the Hawkeye first baseman. Insurance run there at first. Iowa leading 3-1 in the top of the 8th.
Go ahead and hit one over into the soccer field and right would be all right.
That'd be nice. That'd be good. Called strike down the heart of the plate, 1-2.
DeRiggi had the good solid single back in the first. Drove in a run actually with his walk then, so had a good day at the plate. Lined into the hard luck double play.
1-2 foul tip into the glove, and DeRiggi is down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
Sorry for the jinx play there, Brennan.
You'll have to let him know that one's on you. No.
I'll wear that one for him.
Yeah. Here's Kyle Hucksdorf. Kyle has been on it today. He doesn't have a hit, but, man, he's been driving the ball twice to center, heading to a double play in the second. With one out in the top of the 8th, he stands in, watching the first pitch go by for a called strike on the inside corner.
That was a good breaking ball there. Started that one inside, broke it into the middle of the plate. But, again, if you're the Hawkeye hitters, you go ahead and just spit on that first one, and now you've seen it, and now you're ready to work.
0-1 to Huck is lined into right. That's a base hit. Into the corner. Right fielder will cut it off. Anthony rounds second. He's headed for third. It'll be runners on the corners for Iowa in the top of the 8th with one away.
Good piece of hitting there from Hucksdorf. Took that pitch. Again, just what we've seen. Ball starts to break, starts to get away from him. Huck didn't try to get really creative with it. Just poked it hard out into right. And had some good carry. I was out in batting practice yesterday. The outfield grass is long, and so the ball really kind of holds up. It's hard to get a ball to roll all the way to the wall. Outfielder did a good job chasing it down, but couldn't keep Anthony from advancing to third.
Here comes Sam Honar. Honar, just like Hucksdorf, is hitless today, but he's been making great contact. First pitch to Sam is way outside. Ball one, runners on the corners, top of the 8th. Iowa 3-1 with one away.
His last two at-bats were very sharply hit. The line out to left field and then the line out to center. The ground ball out in the first was really one that you're just not sure what the strike zone was.
Huck takes off for second. He's in there without a throw. That pitch was high and outside to Honar. So now 2 in scoring position for the Hawks. Second and third with one out and a hitter's count for the Iowa second baseman.
I'd love to see the Hawkeyes double up the lead here and ease a little stress here as we go into the last 6 outs.
Infield will come in for the Waves, try to cut down Anthony on anything on the ground. 2-0 pitch to Honar. He went around a check swing that was in the dirt. And he's 2-1.
Got fooled there. Talked a lot about it today. Finding that tunnel. Seeing the pitch you like. Got a little wanting in that one and went after a pitch that wasn't in his tunnel.
Long pause on the mound. Chester set with the sign, the 2-1. Honar drives this one into right. Right fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ho-ho! Honar with a 3-run bomb, and there's the insurance. It's 6-1.
We talked about how good his at-bats had been there. Didn't look the greatest on the 2-0 pitch as he couldn't check his swing, but Sam Honar shows why he's spending some time in the Hawkeye lineup as he drives his second home run of the weekend out of the ballpark to right.
He has been on it this weekend. Great job, Sam Honar. There's the insurance that Iowa needs. 6-1 in the top of the 8th. Trying to keep it going with just one out. Bases now empty for Sam Peterson. First pitch, Petey bloops this one into left field. Shortstop giving chase, but it's down. It's a base hit for Petey. He rounds first hard, gets about halfway to second, and then he'll come on back to first. Helmet always goes flying off of Petey.
I love the way Sam runs the bases. I mean, that was Sam's mind. That was a double when he left the box. There was no, okay, let's just see what happens, or I didn't square it up as well as I wanted, so I feel a little bad. It was, I am going as hard as I can, and we're going to see how this thing works out. And he was he probably covered all 90 feet, 45 feet to second and 45 feet back to first.
Braden Frazier's up now. They'll check on Petey. They throw it away. A bad throw over to first. Gets into the corner. Peterson, he'll round second. He's headed for third. The throw to third is not in time. Sam Peterson on the bad pickoff attempt. He'll wind up at third.
And the worst part of that from a Pepperdine standpoint is he wasn't trying to pick him off. He's just trying to throw kind of a changeup over there, and a lot of times that's what happens. You get lazy, you lose the fundamental a little bit, lob it over, and you're just not even close. And to the point we were just talking about, Petey hustling all the way around gets to third.
Frazier with a chance to drive him in now. Braden will take this one for a called strike. Infield comes in again for Pepperdine. Iowa leading 6-1. Hung up a 3 spot here in the 8th. 0-1 to Frazier. Crushed to left. Get going. This one's tailing foul, and it is just foul. Frazier out in front too much on that one. Counts 0-2.
Honar home run, 108 on the exit velo, 32, almost 33 exit angle on that one as he just demolished it. Again, thinking about that tic-tac-toe board in the center square.
0-2, Frazier crushes this one again to left, hooking, it is just foul again. Would have been 2 home runs on 2 swings, but just barely foul. All right, Braden, let's straighten it out. Let's get it between the white lines.
He straightened that one out a little bit more because that was close for a long, long time.
Just missed it. On back-to-back pitches, Braden's trying to get a read on this pitcher from Pepperdine. No balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Check swing, blocked in the dirt. They'll send it down for the appeal to first. He didn't go around. He'll stay in the box. 1-2. Another insurance run there at third.
I don't know, maybe I throw a big sweeping curveball this time that he's so far out in front of. He corkscrews himself into the ground, but Braden did a good job holding up there as he threw that curveball down in the dirt.
Set with the 1-2. Here it comes. Inside, it hit him. It hit Frazier, and he jogs on down to first.
That's the best way you can get hit by a pitch there. Just kind of streams by, catches your shirt, and the catcher's even able to catch it. I think we're going to have a pitching change here. Catch up on that break we're missing instead of a pitching change break.
Yeah, let's take a quick break as we do have a pitching change. Pepperdine going to their bullpen. Top of the 8th inning, Iowa 6, Pepperdine 1. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us.
New pitcher into the game for Pepperdine. As we're in the top of the 8th, the Hawks have plated 3 runs already. And they'll go with a freshman this time in the late innings.
Nick Bond is the new pitcher for the Pepperdine. 3 appearances on the year, thrown 4 innings, has yet to give up an earned run, but has created a ton of traffic. 3 hits, 4 walks, has struck out a hitter, given up a double, a couple wild pitches. So Hawkeye scouting reports got him coming off the fastball, which is right around 90, a little plus or minus on the 90. So Hawks will have to be ready and then maintain what's been good plate discipline today after punching out 17 times yesterday, just twice so far today. But they've just looked a lot better, much more disciplined approach at the plate.
Let's take a look at the schedule upcoming for Iowa. Another midweek contest at home on Tuesday. Co will come down from Cedar Rapids. First pitch at 4:05 at Banks Field. We'll have pregame coverage starting at 3:30 that day. Then our kind of the wrap on the month that we've been away from home at Texas Tech for a 3-game series with the Red Raiders starts Friday night at 6:30. We'll have our pregame coverage beginning at 6 on the Hawkeye Radio Network.
Nationally ranked Texas Tech,
at
least somewheres or the others every now and again.
Hoping that we can get in there too by the time that series rolls around. Iowa leading 6-1. Cade Moss is here to bat. He bunts it down the third base line. It's down, and Peterson scores. Ho-ho, what a bunt by Moss. It popped up. It bounced right in front of the third baseman, and Peterson and the third baseman Goodman were running right with each other all the way down, and Petey scores.
Yeah, that was about a half step away from being a disaster for the Hawkeyes to end the inning, but Goodman couldn't quite make the backhand catch, was able to make a good pick on the bounce and able to make a good flip to the catcher, but Peterson scores without a slide, and Hawks are now up 7-1.
Trying to break this game open. Here's Seegers with 1 out, runners on first and second. First pitch to Michaels downstairs, ball 1. So Michaels had a great day.
That's a pretty aggressive play when we're just talking about how the pitcher sprays in the strike zone, doesn't necessarily have the best plate awareness to go ahead and safety squeeze off the first pitch.
Really good point there. 1-0 from Seegers, 2 Seegers rather. He squared to bunt, pulled it back, called strike at the knees.
And Michael now having a little bit of conversation, just asking, kind of making sure he knows where the zone is here on this one.
Center fielder playing quite deep. Michael's really driven the ball to the center part of the field today. Fouls this one off the end of the bat to the right. 1-2. Couple of singles, home run for Seegers this afternoon. He's 3 for 4.
If I remember right, he sprayed it around everywhere. The home run to left, line drive up the middle, and a line drive to right field as well.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Bond is ready, and this pitch is well low in front of the plate as well. Good backhand stop by Landis. Counts 2-2.
Landis really wanted to throw down to second to try to. Frazier had a great secondary lead and was a long ways off the bag, but neither Peck nor Johnson was anywhere near the base.
Long pause on the mound. The 2-2, low and outside. Ball 3. You talked about it. This pitcher for Pepperdine has a tendency to be kind of all over the place. Sometimes that's not a bad thing. You could be considered wildly accurate, but a situation like this with 4 runs coming across, the Waves are trying to throw a few more strikes. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch to Seegers, popped up. Shallow side of the field. First baseman comes into foul territory, and he'll make the catch in front of the Hawkeye dugout. So Seegers pops out.
Well, the runners were on full go, and had to jam on the brakes and all hustle back. So good battle back there from Bond to get the out. And like as you mentioned, just try to limit the damage here and give the bats some opportunity to come back.
Let's see Tello put a charge into one. He's been close a few times today, lined out to right his last time up in the 7th. He stands in with a runner on first, runner on second for Iowa, 2 down, leading 7-1. First pitch called strike outside corner.
I'm just looking at the official scoring on Moss's bunt, and he got kind of a tough break. They called it a fielder's choice. I don't think there's any way in heck that third baseman throws him out at first on that bunt.
I agree with you on that, John. No balls and a strike to Tello. There it is, right down the middle. Bond can get it in there. That was 93 miles an hour.
Yeah, great fastball at 93. That was what I was just saw that on the scoreboard. Pumping it in there pretty good.
He's leaned in for the sign, twirls the ball in his hand. Now he comes set with the 0-2. It's on its way to Tello. Drops just low, inside as well, 1-2.
Good breaking ball there, but just again, as we've talked about with all these Hawkeye hitters, just better plate discipline this time, not willing to chase and punch themselves out.
Catcher set up a bit outside for this 1-2 pitch that's on its way to Tello. Way low, way outside, 2-2.
Yeah, both Hawkeye strikeouts were swinging. DeRiggi struck out last inning and made a good aggressive cut at one, just swung over it. And the good news is I don't even remember exactly what the other one was, so that's a pretty good sign.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Tello. Low and outside, gets by the catcher. We'll advance our runners to third and second now, and a base hit will drive in 2 if Tello can put it in play, if he gets a pitch that's near the zone. Full count with 2 outs.
Bond has good speed, but there's just some of those pitches that you just can almost feel the attempt at overthrowing it there, and that's he starts missing wildly, and that one skips away from Landis and gets back almost to the screen.
And there's ball 4, getting away from the catcher. Thought about going home was Frazier, but he'll stay at third, so the bases will be loaded for Iowa in the top of the 8th with 2 outs.
A really nice read from Frazier there, because your brain is telling you go, go, go when you see the ball skip. But Landis got enough of it to kind of keep it close, and then was able to just take a couple steps back barehanded, and Frazier would have been DOA at the plate when he got there.
Yeah, I think so. So it's Anthony now. Singled and scored to lead off this inning. First pitch is a called strike.
Hawks have been very opportunistic the last 2 days. Haven't been quite so much today. We'll see if...
A couple of good pitches there. Low in the zone. 0-2.
But this is what you see from, he had Tello down as well, and then the young hitter or young pitcher starts trying to work the edges and starts trying to do more than he can do, and ends up walking Tello.
0-2, in on the hands and fouled to the right side over the Iowa dugout. Stay at 0-2.
It was talking to Coach McGrath about the mental approach, not trying to be perfect, not trying to just, knowing that the average miss, if you're aiming for an edge, isn't going to get you a strike, and so trying to be less particular.
0-2 to Anthony, fouls it to the other side now.
And I kind of drew that too. Shout out to Luke Dona, the head golf pro at Cedar Rapids Country Club. One of the things he and I worked on last year was, you aim at the center of greens. You start aiming at edges when, and you miss hit shots, you end up in bad spots. You aim at edges here, you edge of the plate, and you miss the wrong way. It's not even close.
Not close. Come back with the 0-2 again to Anthony and hit him. So there you're going for the inside edge, missed badly, hits Anthony, and that'll bring in a run. It's now 8-1.
And it's that understanding of what your miss radius is and where it's okay to miss. And in that case, we talked a little bit earlier in the game about working the inside of the plate, but, hitters are crowding the plate. And so your miss potential inside is very slim to a hitter that's willing to sit there and take one.
Bases remain loaded for DeRiggi. First pitch strike. So it's been interesting how Bond has operated here. He's done a good job the first 2 pitches, and then everything after that's just been kind of a wreck.
You can clearly see the potential there. They're good, aggressive strikes, but then after that, the wheels start to wobble.
DeRiggi hits this one in the air. Shallow left center. Center fielder coming on. Left fielder moving there as well. And the center fielder makes an outstanding sliding grab on a backhand. How about that?
I think that's the part that was most impressive to me. The backhand snipped that right off the ground. That was well done to save a bunch of runs.
Well, the Hawks bat around and then some, put up 5 runs in the 8th. Hawks lead 8-1. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
John Evans and John Leo in Mobile, Alabama. Bottom of the 8th inning. Hawks are up 8-1 on Pepperdine. There was the insurance that we got, John.
That was a nice pile there. Good, because that's a good literal handful of runs. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City.
We'll see Volker again in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be 3-4-5. So Johnson will lead things off.
I like to kind of mow through this part and just finish up the 9th in the bottom of the order.
Do have a couple Hawkeyes getting loose. Looks like Llewellyn down there stretching out. First pitch from Volker is hit foul to the right side.
Yeah, I know talking to Coach McGrath, both Luke, Jacob, not that they're unwilling to put him in the game, just haven't really had the opportunity to flip the switch to him. They've got a lot of confidence in them.
Volker challenging Johnson nicely. 0-2 after a pair of foul balls. Yeah, it's almost like a good problem to have, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things you want. Again, you got to get everybody to buy into it, though, and that's what the Hawkeye staff's done a nice job with so far.
Volker ready with the 0-2. Here it comes. Just off the plate outside, ball 1.
Tried to give him one there. That was a good pitch. Gave him the show of it and broke it off. But, Johnson, we've talked about seeing the ball. It's pretty good sized for him right now. Was able to lay off.
1-2, driven into left, tailing, and foul. Just foul. It would have been a home run if it was about 10, 15 feet more to the right.
And followed the Braden Frazier track there. Wide and to the left of the foul pole.
We're trying to put the finishing touches on an impressive weekend in Mobile. Volker out of the windup, the 1-2 to Johnson. In on the hands, ball 2.
Busted him right inside, and Johnson kind of diving out over the plate. And again, that's part of what makes pitching inside difficult is Johnson's trying to make sure he can get to the pitches that are away, and so he kind of gets leaned out over.
Now Volker works back in with another nice pitch that's hit out of play to the right. So a good at bat from Johnson.
Yeah, Ryan's a really nice hitter. What I've seen from him, I mean, I don't. Obviously, that number's not his batting average number is not going to stay up there all season, but it's going to be pretty high by the end of the year, I would guess.
2-2 swing and a miss. Good job, Zach Volker, to get the strikeout.
Couple strikeouts now for Zach on the day. The Hawks will look to kind of keep cruising through the 8th inning here.
Lincoln Oriana is up now.
We added the plate appearance thing to the scoreboard, but we lost the inning by inning.
Yeah, we sure have. We're having to rely on our game track, our stat broadcast to get those details, but one ball, no strikes to Oriana, now 2-0.
Zach takes a deep breath. He walks around, struggling just a touch here. See if he can battle back here and get on the board with a good strike.
2-0 is just inside, maybe a bit high too. 3-0 with Basir on deck. Volker's thrown 3 1/3. Working quickly for the 3-0. It's on its way, and it's a called strike.
Yeah, finished up the LSU game, went 5 2/3 there. So not really at a high range for him. Again, he's been very efficient. 48 pitches there as he walks Oriana we walked Oriana 3 times today.
Hard time getting him out.
Well, we don't seem to be able to see where the strike zone is with him.
Yeah. Third walk. The second walk issued by Volker, his first 2 of the season, keep in mind. He's been around the strike zone and in it better part of the season. Here is Basir. First pitch to him is a called strike on the outside corner. 1 down in the bottom of the 8th. Hawks are up big on Pepperdine, 8-1.
Yeah, wouldn't expect Oriana to be moving here. Just not really a game situation you're going to run in. You need to let the base running action build here.
Walker just off the plate away from the right-handed hitter. 1-1.
Got ahead with the first pitch with the strike. Tried to show one outside then and break it off, but Basir wanted no part of it.
This is hit on the ground to third. Tello's got it. To second for 1. On to first for 2. 5, 4, 3. Boom.
Well, that was more fun.
There we go. Volker does a nice job to throw a strike right there. We've played 8 in Mobile, Iowa 8. Pepperdine 1. Back after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the 9th inning, Iowa 8, Pepperdine 1. We'll see a new pitcher in just a minute.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure, you want expert care from specialists who know your heart inside and out. University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC or call 319-356-7102.
Iowa will be putting 5, 6, 7 into the box with a few substitutions, it appears. New pitcher into the game for Pepperdine, trying to get a number on him. I believe it's Dylan McCollum.
23?
Yes,
Yeah, 23.
Dylan McCollum.
Second appearance of the season for Dylan. He threw 2 innings in his first outing. Gave up a run, gave up a hit. As you might imagine, that run and that hit was a home run. So, we'll push 90 on the fastball. Got a good curveball then with a huge speed difference. It's going to be down in the low 70s. So, Hawks will have to try to recognize spin right out of the hand. And I love the scouting report. It's a Louis type delivery. So you watch, he's going to be coming right over the top. Right up that 11:30, 12 o'clock pitch slot.
Right about that. Pinch hitter is Chase Mosley coming in for an at-bat, pinch hitting for Hucksdorf. First pitch is high, ball 1. Top of the 9th from the South Alabama Invitational. 1-0 pitch to Mosley. Called strike, inner portion of the plate, 1-1.
It's nice to get Chase going as he hit the grand slam on Friday to kind of string together his first multi-game hit as a Hawkeye, first hit as a Hawkeye in general.
Next one low and outside, 2-1. Chase swings for the fences, comes up empty there. Count is 2-2.
If you're going to go big.
Yeah, that's right. He's got the potential to do that. 2-2 to Chase. This is at the eyes, ball 3.
Good, solid discipline there. You see that one up there. It looks so hittable, but you just can't get your bat up to it and make solid contact.
This one's driven in the gap in left center. It's down. Chase is going to round first. He's headed for second. It bounces off the wall. Chase might round second. He's headed for third now. Here comes the throw to third. He's safe. A triple for Mosley. How about that?
I'm not sure if the center fielder was trying to flip it to the left fielder or how that ball just kind of flipped out of his glove. But next thing you know, the ball was loose there. It was right in front of Chase, so he could see it the whole way, knew he had a chance, never let off the gas, and got all the way to third.
That ball landed and then rolled. It didn't one hop off the wall or anything. It landed in the gap right between center and left and just rolled all the way to the wall.
And we had a great view of it. You could see with the center fielder shaded over that ball was going to hit grass and get going. So
another pinch hitter for Iowa now in Gable Mitchell. Stepping in for Sam Honar. Infield slightly in for the Waves. Iowa leading 8-1 in the top of the 9th. First pitch to Mitchell. He'll bat from the left side here. Calling strike on the outside corner.
Talked about this a couple times, but just love the attitude this freshman brings, the energy. He's got kind of this quiet confidence to him.
Incredible motor, great engine, works really hard, does everything at 100%. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mitchell.
I think he breaks the dial off in the 100% meter.
That's true. Here's one into shallow right. Second baseman's actually going to go back. He'll make the play himself. So Mitchell's retired on a pop-up to second. 1 away in the Hawkeye 9th.
We get Peterson. We got Wilmer on deck, maybe.
Yeah, looks like it. So we'll get Sam Peterson up now. Ben Wilmus is on deck. Infield still in for Pepperdine. Iowa's up 8-1. Top 9, 1 down. First pitch to Petey's inside. Ball 1.
I'm not sure what the half in from your middle infielders is going to do here. Unless he hits just a rocket at one of the two of them, you're not going to come to the plate on that.
Sam skies this into right center. I think it's deep enough to drive in the run. The right fielder is under it. He's got it. And Mosley will tag and score, making it 9-1. Good job by Peterson to drive in that run.
Ball floated out nicely. You know, we've been kind of fooled on a few balls this weekend as to how far or kind of what their trajectory looked like. But that one just had a lot of float and a lot of carry and was well struck out there for a sac fly.
And let's see, 2 down now, and Ben Wilmus is in there. So the Hawks go with a few pinch hitters in the 9th inning. First pitch to Wilmus is in the dirt, gets by the catcher. Like to see Ben have a nice at-bat here.
I don't go full gossip column very often, but Ben and Bailey Ortega from the volleyball team date, and they might be 2 of my favorite players on either given team.
You've got them on both, right? As the voice of Iowa volleyball.
And very similar in the approach. Bailey is always happy, always doing a great job, works her tail off.
Wilmus has worked a 2-1 count. Ortega seems to be one of the leaders on that team going into next season.
Yeah, she's again an Iowa kid. Just
2-1. Wilmus drives it to third baseman, diving play off the glove. Ben is safe at first. He beat it out. A hard hit line drive. Great effort by the third baseman to dive to knock it down. Wilmus beats it out.
Anything other than a hit, I'm going to have to go have a chat with the scorer.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they score it. And single, yes, all right. Base hit for Wilmus. He's on with 2 outs in the Hawkeye 9th.
Tough play for Goodman, though. He dove to his left. Great effort to get glove on the ball. We've seen a lot of those just scream past the third baseman without an effort, but couldn't come up with the catch and then rolled far enough away from him. Wilmus was able to beat it out.
It's Moss now with 2 outs. Iowa up 9-1, inching closer to a 9-1 start. Outside corner for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Wilmus has good speed down at first, but not a place you're going to run. You've got a big enough lead. No reason to put that on.
Moss again taking. That one looked good, but it was inside. Ball 2.
I think the catcher just kind of flipped his hands over at his dugout like, I don't know where that was, Coach.
Looked like it was in there on a line. Next pitch to Moss. That also missed, low and in. Ball 3. Cade pops this up foul into the stands to the right. Counts full.
Just almost a weird little wiffle ball bat spin off the end of that one. Made a big cut at it and just kind of flared it over the net. Took 1 hop there about 4 rows up and actually ended up bouncing all the way out of the stands.
Full count pitch is outside, so they've walked Moss. Top of the order now is Seegers. Just kind of extending this game in the last couple innings. Iowa's done a lot of damage, but Pepperdine's thrown quite a few walks.
Well, that was what, we talked about it in the scout. We talked about it when they had the new starting pitcher from who was originally posted. Iowa had a chance again, a really good chance if this got into a bullpen game, and it's panned out that Iowa's been able to add to the tally here as we've got deeper into the Pepperdine pen.
2 outs, runners on first and second for Seegers. First pitch high, ball 1. Almost feels like the zone is tightened, by the way.
Well, and yeah, exactly. It certainly feels like but that's part of spraying it around. You
don't earn a better strike zone, right?
The umpire kind of loses track of the extras too.
Seegers cranks this into left field. It's a base hit. Wilmus around third. He's headed for home. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. Wilmus will score on the RBI single from Seegers. It's 10-1.
Good piece of hitting there for Seegers. Went down and got a good solid line drive. And again, you love the approach of not trying to do too much with the ball. Just, hey, this is just a good batting practice fastball. I don't need to try to hit it anywhere far. Just get it out in green grass in the outfield. And good job there to drive in another run.
Double digits in 2 of the 3 games down here in Alabama. The offense really coming alive this weekend. Tello stands in. First pitch to Rader is a called strike on the outside corner.
Coach Heller and Coach Sutherland will be thrilled with the bounce back from the offense on this one. After a night where Coach Heller challenged them to make sure that people recognized you had an approach when you went up the plate, and they've done that today.
Tello waves and misses at a nice breaking ball.
Tello's 0 for 2 today, but he's drawn 3 walks again. He's created traffic, done his job. His on-base percentage is up there. Good effective at-bats, even though so far he's hitless.
0-2 from McCullum. Popped up right side. First baseman will come over in front of the Iowa dugout. Does he have a play? He does not. It gets into the dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Dugout A or dugout B?
Yeah, the front dugout, whichever.
Yeah, that's the weird placing here. Without the extra front dugout, he makes that catch. But because they have the second set of benches out there, and I don't even know that I can describe it better than that. That's the Tello's able to survive for another pitch.
Really strange dugout setup. No balls, 2 strikes to Rader. This is up and in, almost hit him. Ball 1.
Had that the other night when we were talking about him trying to keep his hitting streak alive. He took that pitch and ended up losing the hitting streak on getting hit by a pitch, but hopefully he can get on base. Coy Sarsfield's there on deck. Love to see him get a plate appearance.
This one is lined to the shortstop who makes a sprawling catch. He reached out with his left hand to grab it on the run, and so Tello is retired on the sharp line drive. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th, try to close this thing down. Hawks 10, Waves 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hawks are 3 outs away from a 9-1 start. Got plenty of runs to work with, too, with Iowa leading Pepperdine 10-1. As we get to the bottom of the 9th, we'll let Zach Volker try to shut this thing down.
I'm not sure from a pitching staff standpoint the plan could have worked much better this weekend. Ty struggled a little bit on Friday, but was able to kind of buckle in and end up getting you a quality start out of it by really showing some heart and some toughness there and getting you through 5 innings, and then you were able to plug in on top of that when you had a lead, especially, and Keaton Anthony was able to kind of get it done. You saw Kate Obermueller, which was great, and then yesterday worked really well as also.
It is Quint Landis to lead things off. He fouls off the first pitch in off the hands. A couple of the wins were a little unorthodox how Iowa got there, right? But I never like to use the term ugly win too much because there's no such thing as an ugly win. Every win is great. The 0-1 pitch is driven into right center field. Giving chase is the Hawkeyes center fielder, and making the grab is Peterson. We had some shuffling out there in the outfield. I just view it as different ways that Iowa wins, and today's win probably feels like the best one out of the weekend.
Certainly feels like the best team that we played this weekend, and it feels like kind of the most complete. You got good pitching. Your hitting approach was better. So you did kind of all the little things that you need to do. But to your point, winning
Here's Melhoff swinging at the first pitch, right to Peterson in center. Sam looks up, has a little trouble with the sun, but he's got it for out number 2.
We won't call it winning ugly, but winning in the ability to win in different ways.
Right.
Whether, one day you hit a couple home runs, one day you don't hit any home runs and you come through with 2 outs, or, you have to bunt, you steal a base. That to me is the sign of a good team. The ability to win, boy, we don't need things to go this way for us to win. We'll beat you this way.
Yeah. Pepperdine swinging at the first pitch a lot here in the 9th. Jack Goodman's their last chance as Iowa's up 10-1. He swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
They're ready to get out of here, too.
Yeah. Hawks will catch a flight this early afternoon. We'll have to be pretty quick in post-game to catch ours, as the count's now 1-1.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mine doesn't leave until 5. Yours is like...
You got the late one. I got the early one. I don't know what that's about.
I'm in good shape, I think.
1-1 pitch from Volker to Goodman is high. Ball 2. Just looking at some of the stats, Iowa drew 6 walks today offensively, struck out just twice. So to totally flip that from last night even to today. 2-1 pitch on the ground to short. Seegers has got it. He'll throw it across the diamond, and that'll do it. Hawks win 10-1 and get a clean sweep down here in Mobile.
What an outing! Just an all around effort. When Brody kind of worked through some stuff early in the game, especially when it was tight. Pepperdine took the lead. Hawks were able to bounce back, and then just not only bounce back, but just keep the hammer down, keep putting pressure on, keep trying to find ways to score more, and got it done.
Impressive start to the season. Iowa now 9-1. We'll get into postgame right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa beats Pepperdine 10-1 this Sunday afternoon to wrap up a 3-0 weekend down here in Mobile, Alabama. The Hawks scored 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, broke it open with 5 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th. 10 runs, 12 hits, no errors for the Hawks. Iowa even left 10 runners on base, so could have even had more than 10, but 10 was plenty. As Pepperdine, they actually started the scoring with 1 run in the 1st. Nothing after that. Johnson homered to center to start that. Iowa in the 3rd. Keaton Anthony with a bases-loaded walk. Brennan DeRiggi bases-loaded walk. And then in the 5th, Michael Seegers with a homer to left. Sam Honar with a homer to right, a 3-run shot in the 8th. fielder's choice. We like to call that a single, though, that bunt single that Cade Moss put down in the 8th to bring home a run. Keaton Anthony was hit by a pitch in the 8th that brought home a run, and then two more in the 9th when Sam Peterson hit a sack to right. And then Michael Seegers with an RBI single in the 9th. Zach Volker gets the win. Nathan Diamond gets the loss. We'll take our final break of postgame when we come back. We'll wrap things up from Mobile, Alabama. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
One final time from Mobile this weekend. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth. Iowa wins it 10-1 to improve to 9-1 on the season. John, your thoughts on the weekend?
Biggest thing for me was clutch hitting for Iowa. The two out hitting. Again today, 333 with 2 outs. 4 of the 10 RBIs came. I think that probably brings the total up to 23 runs scored with 2 outs this weekend. So timely hitting when things maybe weren't going well, and just as you mentioned earlier, the ability to win 3 games in what felt like 3 completely different ways. Sign of a really good ball club that has a chance to be maybe be something special.
Yeah. Well, we've got another midweek game on Tuesday against Co. First pitch is at 4:05. John and I will have the broadcast from Dwayne Banks Field on Tuesday afternoon. Pregame starting at 3:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Then a big-time series next weekend down in Lubbock, Texas, against top 25 ranked Texas Tech. The Red Raiders will be ready for us when we get down there. All right, that'll do it for today's broadcast. Tune in to Iowa Hawkeye men's basketball, who they're up by 4 at halftime against Nebraska. Tune in to them, followed by Iowa women's basketball, their hunt for another tournament title later on today at 4 p.m. against Ohio State. All right, thank you to Ethan, our great board op in Jefferson City today. Great job today, Ethan. Thank you. For my broadcast partner, John Evans, I'm John Leo, saying so long from Mobile, Alabama. The Hawks win it 10-1. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.